I kindly request you to mute your microphones. Thank you. Okay, so now that you have seen my face, let me disappear and start the slides. We'll come back to video chat later. Fine. So today we'll be discussing few details about DevSecOps and anything that is related to it. And as I said, let's keep this session interactive so that both parties can learn together. Myself, Mohan, I work as a group head in application security at Prudential at Singapore. I was little intrigued when Prab actually gave me this topic, a DevSecOps Masterclass. So I wanted to understand what exactly is the name Masterclass actually mean, or the word, whether it is single word or it's combination of two words. So when I searched, I found this. So Masterclass is basically a class, especially in music, but for now we'll say especially in application security, given by an expert. Disclaimer, I'm not an expert. I've just have few years in application security, to highly talented students, that is you guys in today's session. So that's masterclass, and it's a one word. I didn't know about that. Okay, so brief intro before we go ahead. I'm an application security artist. Work at Prudential. I gave a session at RSA conference last year at Singapore. I'm going to give one this year too, the DevSecOps Days RSA conference. In my past life, I have developed device drivers, ported Linux kernel modules. I worked both as developer, then tester, both functional and non-functional, and then eventually moved to security. When I joined application security, I started my career with mobile application security first, and then moved to web, then eventually to infrastructure and IoT. I have, thanks to Infosys, where I was working, which actually sent me to different parts of the globe, and that was really quite an experience to see different cultures, understand, learn from them, exchange what we can offer, and so on. The journey was really good, and it has been good so far, and I hope that it goes as the same. Certifications, I did OSCP recently. I completed SAPSA SCF. Both are really good. OSCP I did it in 2014, SAPSA in 2020. Yeah, guys, please.
Mohan, I have muted everybody. You will need to unmute yourself now, and then you can speak.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, those are so my social handles, Twitter and LinkedIn. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, disclaimer, so that no one tomorrow.
Mohan, my apologies. We are not seeing your next slide. We are on the first slide only right now.
Oh, really? Okay, let me check. Why it's stop showing screen, keyboard, change presenter. Okay, let me share the complete screen, and then that may help, I guess.
Yes. Now we can see it. Actually, it's gone again.
No, hold on. Let me. I have stopped it. Let me share the whole screen. Yeah, is it better now?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we are on your bio page right now.
Okay, yeah, correct. Okay, good. So I talked about this. Let me skip it. Yeah, has it moved to disclaimer now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the views, thoughts, opinions expressed in these slides or during this presentation belong solely to me, that is Mohan Elnadu, and not necessarily to my past, current or future employer, organization, committee or any other group that I would be associated or any other individual. Yep, let's get started. So DevSecOps, an overview. Before we jump into the DevSecOps area, it's important to understand how we have evolved so far. If you look at security space in the early industrial era or industry 1.0 era, I would say, the main focus or definition of security was completely based on physical security. And eventually when internet started, perimeter security was kind of important. And eventually people started realizing that, hey, there are loopholes and those can be exploited, and something interesting happens if we go into the other side, if we exploit those vulnerabilities. And that's how the network security was born. So primarily the focus there was, hey, what services are running, hey, what ports are open, and things like that. And then when these network security started evolving, tools like intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system, network firewall, and things like that started evolving as well. And then when we all moved actually from the static web pages to dynamic web pages, and then eventually to dynamic applications, and then eventually we all know, we had monolith applications, we had three-tier or two-tier architecture, then three-tier, n-tier, and then we have all sorts of variety now. We have microservices, function as a service, APIs, mobile, IoT, and so on. And thus the application security, became the prime focus for the hackers, because as we progressed, we started hardening at every layer, physical security layer, perimeter security level, network security level, and so on. And now the job of current security consultants is to secure at application layer, and that's why we are here, discussing about different aspects related to application security. So in application security, there are a lot of things. We will go to those one by one as we go further. But what happened in the application security space is also important. So I don't know how many of you are aware of Open Web Application Security Project, or Owasp. So this is a completely voluntary organization, which is a de facto standard organization in application security domain. This was launched in December 2001, and since then it is continuously working towards improving the awareness about various facets of application security. Every few years, earlier it was every 2 years, but then eventually it changed, so that's why I'm saying every few years it comes up with a list of Owasp top 10 web risks. That means so the contributors of this list of risks come from different domains, different industries. They work at different levels, in the information security domain. Some are even developers. So these people when they see, hey, what type of different attacks that are happening at their end, they analyzed it, they categorized it, and then they came together at Owasp, and then they shared, hey, these are the top risks that we have seen in last 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. And then all these volunteers came together, debated, and then they said, okay, these are the top 10 risks. So if you want to, the message to the different organizations across the globe was, if you want to secure your applications, may it be web, mobile, or any other, if you have protection against these top 10 risks, you are 70 to 80% protected. So this was kind of a beginning, and that's how it started. So Owasp actually started this list for web applications initially in 2003, 2004, and the way they went on was, once they started the list for web applications, and as this application domain itself started growing from web applications to mobile to IoT and so on, the Owasp also geared up to cater to the risks in those respective domains. So you have Owasp top 10 for web, we have Owasp top 10 for mobile, for APIs, for IoT, and so on. It not just lists the top 10 risks in each of these domains. It also gives you, hey, how to identify these risks, how to mitigate these risks, what are the remediations possible, and then the best practices. So all these different aspects are well documented in the site. I have listed the site at the bottom, https://owasp.org. So the latest Owasp top 10 was released in 2017. Last year in 2019, they were about to release the draft version, but there was some disagreement among the organizing committee, and then they said, okay, let's wait, let's finalize, debate further, and then finalize the Owasp top 10. Probably this year they may release 2020. So that's how we evolved, in the application security domain, especially with Owasp. And if you have to summarize in one page, this is how it looks like. So A1 to A10, these are basically the risks, Owasp top 10 risks, and so you have columns representing those years. And if you see those in 2003 to 2017, the categories of risks, some of the risks got added, some got updated, some got removed because they were not seeing some of those flaws, eventually. So if you see here, from 2003 to 2017, we can see the injection flaws, right? Maybe cross-site scripting, buffer overflows, command injection, all these different types of injection attacks where the input coming from the untrusted zone, that is the end user, or anything that is outside the boundary of your application. It could be a system, it could be a human, it could be a bot, or it could be an API, it could be anything basically. So anything that comes from outside, needs to be assessed, needs to be processed carefully after due validation. If we are processing directly based on whatever the input that comes with a trust factor, then it's not a good idea. And if you see, from 2003 to 2020, I would say, we still see issues like cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting is basically a script gets executed, inserted and gets executed, at the server side, and that script is injected by a hacker, who is actually residing outside your system. So if we are not processing the input that is coming in, we obviously see these kind of occurrences. And I was told recently that even Facebook had this issue right on the landing page in 2020. Imagine when a Facebook like organization can commit mistakes like these, not to ask the questions to an ordinary developer, right? But the point is, we make mistakes, we need to learn, and we need to grow, right? So these are the point in this slide is basically the injection attacks, or attacks where the input is not validated are still prevalent, right? In 2017, here in this list, I know in 2020 also it is still prevalent, and I'm sure it will appear in 2020 list also. Well, let's take another category of attacks or risks: broken account and session management, or broken authentication. Now, if you see in the beginning, during 2001 to 2002, 2003, in that era, we were evolving, right? We were not willing to trust people, just like that. And then we said, hey, no, everyone who comes inside the private area needs to be authenticated first, right? And then only he or she would be given access to, the private network that is owned by the business, and so on. So the authentication started since then. However, either it was incomplete or missing or done in an inappropriate manner. And we are able to see the instances of it still now, and that is the primary reason why we can see in 2017 also we see broken authentication is still the number 2 web application risk. Coming to the next category, broken access control. So we talked about authentication or broken authentication, right? The next category is similar to that, is broken authorization, right? So that means so consider an example where an application has multiple roles, like a normal user, a reviewer, manager, admin, and the privileges go higher, as we go further from the ordinary user at the bottom, and then we go up. So as we go up, the privileges or permissions given to that role increase. Now, when we log in, we basically are authenticating ourselves, saying that, hey, we belong to this network, But once you are inside the network, what role you are playing is important, and that's decided by the authorization. That means, hey, if I, Mohan, is logging in, that's fine. Authentication is successful, but who I am, if I am administrator, I should be validated duly, and then only I should be given access to the administration portal or administration area, and not, and that shouldn't be misused, or we should make it enough difficult that no one is able to, breach it or escalate the privileges, from ordinary user to administrator or any other such, right? So our job is basically to prevent all those, add whatever layers of difficulty, and ensure that the authorization always remains intact, so that we can protect our IPs, our trade secrets, our assets, etc. However, in spite of whatever 2-3 decades that we are in, we still have not been able to mitigate this risk, and that's why in the last 2017 top 10 list, we also see broken access control. So we are not able to check the authorization for a given request, and that is the reason it has still become a risk, a big risk, I would say. Now there are a lot of dedicated companies which are actually trying to standardize their services in these two areas, authentication and authorization. And that is a step in the right direction, I would say, because as a development team, you probably are not, you probably are good at, developing some business feature. But if you look at authentication, authorization is not a business feature, right? For an e-commerce site, selling products, showing different categories of products, collecting payments, that is business feature. But authentication authorization is a kind of security feature or a technology dependent feature. In such case, an expert or someone or an organization which has an authority in this, which has done enough research and come out with a product, they can give better justice. I won't say that there won't be any flaws in such products or tools, but they can do better justice than the ordinary developers who are good at in developing good business features. So it's better to leverage the expertise coming from these tools rather than reinvent the wheel. So that's the point I'm trying to make here. Next category of issues, cross-site request forgery. Now if you see, it appeared in 2007, 2010 and 2013, but it unfortunately or fortunately disappeared in 2017. I'm not sure whether it is still prevalent and would come in the list of 2020. So cross-site request forgery is an attack where you can actually forge the request and you are able to access something which you are not even allowed to. But the frameworks, different web frameworks have matured the technology, and they have something called as anti-CSRF token in place and very well functioning. And that may be one reason why we are not seeing cross-site request forgery, in such a high prevalence. And then one of the most important categories of risk is this. That's why it's in red, by the way. Using components with known vulnerabilities. I don't know how many of you remember 2017 year. There was something major happened because of this web risk. And the company got literally ruined. It lost a lot of money. It lost its brand reputation in the market. It lost a lot of customers to its competition, and all that because of one small library. And that company was Equifax. It's a credit rating agency in the US. In 2017, because of Struts2, it's a library by Apache, there was a vulnerability that was reported in public domain. Researchers actually researched, said that, hey, this is the vulnerability, this is how one can exploit. And the moment it was released, after some time, Apache actually came up with a fix, a patch. And Equifax did some dilly-dallying and did not patch it. They were aware of it, but they didn't patch it. And that was the time the hackers actually...
It's 22 hours.
Sorry about that. So that was the time where hackers actually exploited that opportunity, and it was a very critical vulnerability. And we know the history. More than 145 million US account holders' data was breached in that exploit. So it's very important that if we know that, hey, there are vulnerabilities in the existing components that we are using, existing libraries that we are using, it's important to patch those, fix those, or at least have some mitigating control so that you are safe from any potential exploit or a breach. And then this category, security misconfiguration. Now look at that. it was there in 2003, which is understandable. We were learning, we were growing, we were not sure what we were doing, but we were trying our best. And then in 2017 also we see that. We see security misconfiguration, we see insufficient logging and monitoring. So now these are the things that hackers always try, sniff it, identify an opportunity, exploit that vulnerability, and then get inside. It is very ironic that in spite of growing, maturing this application security space, we still find these kind of vulnerabilities even today. And I'm sure this would come in 2020 list also. Yeah, so let me take a pause here. If there are any questions, I can take up maybe one or two, and then we'll move to the next part. Are there any?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you please elaborate on this one, XML external entities?
Well, yes. I'll just briefly touch upon this, because if we start going into these details, it will be a very big session. It's already meant for 3 to 3.5 hours. It will really go very long. XML external entities is an attack already audited. Yeah, guys, if you can go on mute, that will be helpful. XML external entities is an attack where XML is being processed in an inappropriate way, whereby a malicious code gets executed at the server side in a manner in which it can lead to a potential breach. There are different open source library classes which can be used to process XML in a secure manner. If you go to Owasp site, you can actually see all those possible, I think there are 6 or 7 different libraries. So in the Owasp site, they have given for each of the library how we can secure it or securely process the XML content. Yeah, I think for now this explanation should be good, because our main topic is DevSecOps. We will go towards that, but for more reference, I would suggest go to OWASP site and look for XML and external entity injection and mitigation. It gives a very good explanation with a lot of examples also in different languages, how to fix it, how to identify it, etc. I hope I did some justice, but because of time constraint, we need to go ahead.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thanks.
Yeah, welcome. I'll take one more question here and then we'll go to the next session.
Hello, Mohan, Gautam here.
Yeah, hi.
So is it the only reference that we take when we are developing a web application, or do we have any other reference that we can compare our security with, like SANS 25?
Yeah, that's a good point that you brought. So, of course, Owasp is not the only one, but it is one of such standard references in application security domain. SANS also has its SANS 25, but I don't know how updated it is, but so far I think Owasp Top 10 has been well supported by the researchers in the application security domain. So yes, you can take the help from SANS as well, SANS list as well. But I would say, Owasp Top 10 has been well updated, well researched, a reference, I would say. Okay, so let's move to the next section. Yeah, let's look at how software actually developed so far. I won't get into the depth of it, but I'll just touch upon the basic points and then we'll move to the next part. So we started with waterfall model, right? Where we know that, hey, these are my fixed requirements, and once I freeze the requirements, I go to the design, high-level design, I freeze the high-level design, I move to the low-level design, and then from there I move to the coding or implementation, and then from there I go to validation and verification or testing, and then I do the user integration test. Then I do the user acceptance test, and then I go to release. And we have seen the ill effects of this. Sometimes the projects used to take 5 to 7 years, major projects I'm talking about. So during these 5 to 7 years, a lot of things that outside this whole development ecosystem used to get changed, and it used to go so differently that the final product was sometimes completely outdated. Although good, working fine as required, but it was outdated. So this was a major challenge. Of course, there were other challenges in the waterfall development model. And when the requirements are closed, when we have enough time, that model is still good. However, in the real world, in today's world, we need to ensure that we develop a small module, ensure that we validate that with the end customer, and then we release it in a very short period of time, so that if something has changed outside your ecosystem, you can immediately change the course of your development and adopt, so that you don't put a lot of resources in it and waste it, if it is going in a wrong direction. And that's where the agile came in picture. So with agile, there are a few other things that also came, like Scrum, feature-driven development, lean development, extreme programming, and so on. But primarily, it's basically agile, something that you focus in a very small scoped requirement, ensure that you give justice to its specific design, you implement it, test it, take the feedback from the customer, and release it. All this within 2 to 4 weeks of time. If tomorrow, if the customer says, hey, this is not what I had expected, you have not lost much. You have lost probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks or maximum 4 weeks. You can always go back, accept the requirements, review it again, and then develop and test it, and then release it. So the point is, compared to waterfall, agile actually, was very straightforward. The focus there was develop small, develop completely functional in each iteration, and then work collaboratively with the different teams, and ensure that you are always flexible in terms of the whole development, so that in case tomorrow's you have to change the course of your direction, you can actually immediately change without losing much resources, and ensure that your customer is always in your journey together, rather than coming only at the end, like in the waterfall model. So those were the two models, and we have adopted now agile in general. And the extension to agile was DevOps, where the development teams actually was not just empowered to develop something, but also given responsibility of putting it in production as well. And they were given accessories, technologies, tools, techniques to do that. And once developers were responsible for both, development as well as operational part of the release. They became more responsible as a unit, as a small, cohesive, but a very productive unit or a team. However, the challenge there was they were doing everything quick, less focus on documentation. However, the missing point was the security. There were a lot of defects that were security defects that were observed in such developments. And then the need was felt that, hey, the pen testing comes at the end, but the feedback actually is of very less value, because you already developed some features and then the feedback is coming, hey, your design has an issue. So you have to go back, change the design, code it, test it, and then release it. So this whole process was taking longer, was costlier, and it was leading to a lot of frustration. And that's where this idea of embedding security came in picture. And thus DevSecOps or SecDevOps or Secure Software Development Lifecycle came in picture. So now on we'll get started with the DevSecOps. So what is the meaning of DevSecOps? In very simple terms, it's basically integration of security in both development and operations to facilitate early feedback. Now, I've highlighted few words here. Integration of security. That means it's not an afterthought. It's part of the whole process, right? That's why it's called integration. And where to integrate? Not just in development, but also in operation. We'll talk about that later. And to facilitate early feedback. Yeah, the feedback has to be given earlier. Currently we are getting the feedback from the penetration testing only when we are about to release. We have just few days or 1 or 2 weeks away from release. In such a case, the feedback has a lesser value. So early feedback, is the motto of DevSecOps. And how do you facilitate? Using a lot of frictionless automation. We'll talk about those. So this is the general meaning of DevSecOps. Of course, there are book definitions prescribed by the experts, but this is what I think clearly explains what DevSecOps or SecDevOps is all about. Integration of security in development and operation, or in DevOps, to facilitate early feedback. Yeah, this is my favorite topic, application attack surface. Now, before we look into, what are the areas where we need to, go a little deep, understand, and then once we have enough understanding, then protect it, So it is important to understand then the application layer attack surface, right? So if you look at application, these days, these applications are deployed, through Docker. So you form a container, you have a Docker image, you have an application sitting inside and then hosted in a public environment, right? So in such a case, what is the attack surface that we are talking about? Now, when you look at application layer, there is some code that we develop as a developer, right? And then there is a lot of code that we use that is already in developed by someone and kept ready to use or ready to consume, right? So custom code that we develop and open source libraries that we use. So these are the major components in an application. And if you see the extent of those blocks, you can make out the amount of code that we write and amount of code that we use. That's where the proportion is. At a couple of places I read that the open source library contribution is around 60 to 70% now, and going forward it almost would touch 80 to 90%. That means around 10 to 20% code only will be written by us, and the rest would be taken care by these libraries. So everything would be abstracted and given as interfaces, and then we have to just call those and use those for our development. So when we look at container layer, we know, it's basic. It has basically a base OS layer and then a lot of layers on top of it, right? So that basically forms a container. And then the whole thing gets hosted in a container orchestration platform, right? And the whole, these different layers, these components is basically the attack surface for hackers, at application layer. So now how do we protect it, So for the code that we write, we can actually look at the code, review it, and identify potential security vulnerabilities in it. So we do this through something called as static analysis, right? So that's why it's called as SAST, Static Application Security Testing. Now, when the code was small, it was easy for us to do a manual review of code, right, to find all vulnerabilities. An expert can do it, very quickly, and those who are not probably would take some time. But when the code is 100,000, 200,000, sometimes a million lines of code, obviously, even enough a large enough team of say 20, 30 people is not good enough to go through it and identify vulnerabilities and fix those, right? So that's where machines come in picture, and we have a lot of maturity in this space, whereby there are tools which can help us identify this by scanning such a large lines of code and giving us the feedback in probably 20 minutes, 30 minutes, sometimes a couple of hours as well. So it takes time because of the large code base, right? They do it very maturely, I would say, but there is scope for improvement. We'll talk about it when we look at this particular track. So SAST stands for Static Application Security Testing. And then we have the libraries that we use, right? I gave an example of what happened in 2017 with Equifax, right? So Apache Struts 2 library actually brought this whole company to its knees. And issues like these can be identified through, again, static analysis, but not of the source code like in the earlier case, but of the libraries that we are using. So that analysis is basically referred as software composition analysis. So basically, what does it mean? The composition is basically the libraries, set of libraries or external components that we are using. So software composition analysis is basically analyzing these various different libraries that you're using or you're dependent on, and then identifying vulnerabilities in each of those and then reporting those. So that's basically software composition analysis. And then of course, when we talk about containers, so container security or CSEC is another area, a specialized area now, which focuses only at the container layer, So it looks at the Docker images or containers that are running in production, and tries to identify, hey, what are the safe ports that this application or this container requires, What are those services it requires? What are the processes it requires? It makes a list of all those and keeps it in its memory. And anything beyond that is basically considered as an attack. So if imagine a hacker has got into it and he's trying to take the data out by opening a port and sending the data through that port. Now, since this port is a new port, not known to the container security tool, it is going to block it. It is not going to allow that operation to continue. It will immediately alert and tell the relevant stakeholders to take further action. So that's basically container security tools, what they do. And then we have this final area called DAST or dynamic analysis. So we looked at static analysis in two ways, right? At source code level and at libraries or open source component level. Now this is dynamic analysis, completely opposite of it. So in the source code or in the static analysis, we take the source, we take the list of dependencies, we analyze and give a report. But in the case of dynamic analysis, as the name suggests, it is dynamic. That means your application has to be running in a pre-production environment so that you can analyze the security risks at runtime. Okay, so there are certain tools. Okay, let me name those. I was not planning to name any of those, but yeah, I think it's better to relate with it than otherwise. So there are popular tools like Owasp Zap, which is an open source free proxy tool. There is a tool, a very inexpensive but very popular tool called Burp Suite. And then there are multiple other set of commercial tools which basically help us to analyze the application in a dynamic manner and report the vulnerabilities therein. So these are the four different areas in which we can operate within the scope of DevSecOps, and then identify vulnerabilities, fix those, and ensure that the attack surface you are better aware of, and then you can take necessary action when you know if there are any vulnerabilities that are there in your attack surface. So going to the next very important area, DevSecOps maturity model, and then the track. So I'll be covering those 4 and plus other areas in the DevSecOps. Before I go further, any questions? Maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Yes, sir. I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sir. Just would like to know that for the software composition analysis, do we use any kind of tool, or is it simple manual code review for this open source libraries?
Yes, I'll touch upon that when I take software composition analysis track. So that time I'll go in detail. Probably your question would get answered there. Okay?
Thanks.
Yeah, I have a question here, Mohan. Is related to the container security, because nowadays people calling microservices pod, Docker images. So how exactly they are all differentiate in terms of security?
Good question. So as I understand, you're saying there are multiple things that are running in a pod. It could be application, API, or something else. So how do you identify security vulnerabilities? Was that the question?
Similar to that, along with that, the people called microservices or the container, and the container they call Docker image. So what exactly the architecture in terms of container security? So what would be the ideal architecture in terms of container security? So is there any kind of we can say Docker image, on Docker image it is on top of it is running pod, on pod top of running is microservices, and then we are talking about the vulnerability. So how exactly the architecture for those this container?
Sure, I get your point now. We'll cover container security as a dedicated track. That time I'll go in detail there. Okay.
Hey, Mohan, this is Rajat. I have a question about, you've mentioned SAST and DAST. Is there, how do you think, IaaS, right, or interactive testing, play a role?
Okay, good question. Well, it's my personal view. Okay, don't take my word as the last word because this is based on the experience that I had so far. Interactive application security testing, or IAST, has been there for some time and is maturing. But in my personal experience, I think the adoption of it, because it has a lot of dependencies and lot of change that one has to go through in production environment. I think the whole model, I feel, it has to be tweaked in a way that there is less dependency, and with almost zero touch, one should be able to operate this. But it has not happened yet. I've looked at some of the leading players in the IST domain, but there is still a lot of dependency, and that is the reason why people are little scared about going forward with IST kind of solutions. But my analysis is at least 1 year old. Maybe something good has come up in that space. I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Fine.
And sir, will we get any recording for this? Because else we'll have to take screenshot of each and every slide.
I don't know. Maybe you should check with Prab.
Kapil. This is Kapil here from Infosectrain. Yes, guys, everybody will be getting a recording, and as well as the same session on our YouTube page at any point in time.
Okay, okay. So, thanks, Kapil.
Mohan, here. I just wanted to know that you will be covering the container security tools, like what are the tools available for doing the vulnerability assessment or scanning the containers to identify what are the latest vulnerability against the CDA database?
I will cover the track. Let's see how in depth we can go. Okay. Because we have a lot of tracks to cover. So probably I'll touch upon the major areas, and if you think there are still some questions unanswered, we can have probably one more session only dedicated towards container security later. Okay. So let's see. Sure. I'll try to cover as much as possible in the container security track. Thanks. Okay, let's stop here now, and we'll move to the next session. Yeah, guys, you can ask questions later because we are covering each track, and after each track, I'll take a pause. Okay. So, so when I say track, DevSecOps track, what do I mean actually? It means basically a set of related activities. So if it is static analysis of source code, then all the activities related to static analysis of source code is basically a track, right? So it's a SAST track, or static application security testing track. So I've just formalized a few points here, to get a good understanding when I say track and maturity in a track, right? So if you are starting the journey in DevSecOps, then for each of the track, first thing what you need to do is, identify which track, of course, and then finalize your requirements, for that track. If it is a static analysis, you need to identify, what you want to achieve, in that track. So if you say if it is static analysis of source code, then yes, the requirement should be, I should be able to take the source code, analyze it, identify vulnerabilities. But when you say take the source code, what is my technology landscape? My developers are developing Java, Python, probably some R, and whether for these set of technologies, are there any better tools, and then I should go ahead and analyze my journey there. Don't go just because someone is saying, this is the best tool. Don't go by that, because your technology landscape could be entirely different, okay, than whoever is recommending it, or the industry standard is recommending it. So understand what you're doing in the current space, what languages your developers are using, and then you finalize your requirement based on your needs rather than going by someone else's recommendation. So first thing, very important thing, each of these tracks can make or break, based on this important step. If you're going by someone else's recommendation and trying to force upon a tool or a technology, you would end up, you would end up with developing.
Hey Mohan, we lost you.
Mohan, we lost your audio.
Processes are kind of difficult to adopt and so on. right? Or money. Very important thing is understand your landscape, identify your requirements for that track, and then only take the next step. And you can take some time here. You can consult experts, to review the requirements. Don't ask for the tool solution, but ask their help in reviewing your requirements, because if your requirements are good, your rest of the journey can be more smooth. Next, evaluate possible tool contenders or technology contenders. Now, once I know what my technology landscape is, I need to identify, hey, what are the leading tools in this domain or in this track. You can take guidance, okay, but not the exact the tool name, I would say, from the industry standard reports. I won't name those, but I'm just telling. So you take the guidance from those, do evaluation on your own, if you're able to spend some time and energy on that front. Okay, if you're serious, you should do this because there are open source tools, there are commercial tools, in each track, and unless you do certain analysis, you would not be doing justice otherwise, right? So ensure that finalize your requirements, look at the guidance that is there in the public domain, and do your own evaluation, okay? And once you finalize what tool or technology that you're going ahead with, you set up the tool, right? And once you set up the tool, that's basically setting up, it can be as simple as, in a VM in a on-prem, or in a VM in the cloud, right? Or it could be a container in the cloud, or it could be high availability active kind of setup. So it all depends on how big your organization is, how much money you can spend on, and whether the spending is really enough for you, or it justifies the requirement, right? So based on all these factors, you go ahead, set up the tool or install the tool, integrate with your pipelines. This is most important, right? So if you imagine you have a SaaS tool like 45, and you have installed SaaS tool like 45 comes with two ways of two flavors, I would say. One where you have it locally installed at developer side, or you have a plugin, or you can integrate in a pipeline. And most of these other SaaS tools like Checkmarx, Veracode, White Source, all these have these ways of different integration. So the point is, once you set up the tool, ensure that you have identified all those possible integration points, and you have integrated there. So as I said, if it is a SaaS or static analysis, you can try using plugins in the popular IDEs like Eclipse, Visual Code, IntelliJ, Visual Studio, etc. So most of these vendors have come up with the plugins, for these IDEs. So how does plugin work? It basically, the moment you install, your developer is writing your code, is trying to check in. At that time, while typing itself, these plugins actually kickstart. Or in some other tools, it could be, you press a couple of clicks, and then it will analyze then and there and give the feedback then and there. So these plugins will actually give the first level of feedback. Forget about feedback coming from pen testers, right? If you're able to get the feedback right on the IDE, like Eclipse or whatever IDE that your developers are using, that's the first best feedback that one can get in the most shift left way, right? So before the developer is actually checking in the code, you are actually getting the feedback, right? So plugin, IDE level plugin is the first integration point. Then comes your build pipelines, right? So in the build pipelines, you may be using whatever orchestration tool that you may like, right? It could be Jenkins, it could be Bamboo, it could be Azure DevOps, it could be even Git Actions, right? So in any of these integration points, just ensure that your tool actually can get integrated and works fine, right? So these should be part of your requirements, right? So, hey, my company is using Azure DevOps. Whether this tool has a plugin there, in Azure DevOps marketplace, or I'm using, GitHub Actions, whether they have the extension in the GitHub Action marketplace, or I have a Jenkins. Enterprise Jenkins. So whether this particular tool has a plugin to integrate at pipeline level in Jenkins. So these are the questions that you need to ask and finalize your requirements, right? So now you're done, you're set up, you're integrated with different integration points, including plugins, including pipelines. What next? Establish the process on how and when to use this tool in the software development lifecycle. So I covered it a bit in the earlier point. So these identify integration points and then establish the process, how and when you are going to use this tool. You could be a quality control, you could be a developer, you could be any stakeholder, right? So in the whole software development lifecycle, you may have a role at different points, and then identify all those integration points and ensure that there is a process built around it. So when I say process, what do I mean? Now, if you just give your tool plugin, say for Eclipse, and you tell the developer, hey, go ahead, install this plugin and start using it. Now, if he is really a good engineer, he would use it. He will identify ways, understand how it behaves, and do some jugglery. But finally, he will end up understanding how to get the feedback from that plugin. But for an ordinary developer, it is important to understand, to give an understanding to such developers in a very plain, simple manner, right? So you can say, okay, you can download this plugin. You can have a documentation like frequently asked questions or FAQs. You can list, hey, this is the place to download the plugin. And then you can have a how-to article saying that, okay, once you download the article, download the plugin, install it, how do you use it? So this is the place, these are the places to click, and that's how you get the feedback, and then you can correct it like this and so on. So you have a snapshot based journey in the how-to article, and then enable that process for the development teams to use it. Similarly for integration, so you tell upfront the development teams, hey, these are the scanning instructions which you can put it inside your plugin, or you create a Jenkins based library, and then you say, okay, just call this library and scan this, right? So there are different ways to form a process around each integration point, in the whole software development lifecycle. Now there are tracks where they work at a repository level. That means I have built a code that is going to be deployed in production. So I have this repository, right? Build artifact repository. It could be Nexus, it could be Artifactory, or it could be any other, or it could be just a folder, dedicated folder. Now, some of the security tools actually can look at those folders or artifact repositories or container registries, and then work at that level, and then it scans there and gives the feedback in its dashboard. So you again come up with a documentation around it and say that, hey, this tool has an integration point at registry level, and this basically scans all your registries when you are sleeping, and then you get a feedback next day morning. And then if you are working on a project using container or using this X library, just go through this dashboard and identify what vulnerabilities are there, how to fix it, and then go ahead and remediate, right? So that's basically what I mean by establish the process on how, when to use this tool in the entire development lifecycle. Next, set up tries process for false positives or other criteria. Now, imagine your tool is working fine, developers are getting feedback, but you know what? They are not security experts, right? So sometimes the vulnerabilities are very clear, very easy to understand based on common sense. They can, understand the gravity of it, fix it, and close it. But sometimes it is not so. Either they are having some issues to even understand what that vulnerability reported by the tool, and then sometimes they may think, hey, it's not an issue at all. This is my feature. Sometimes developers do say this. You may have heard of it, right? So in such a cases, you need to have this triage dialogue. So where you basically talk to the development team, understand why they think this is a false positive, and then understand the different controls in that space, controls, security controls which are working, and that's the reason why this developer is saying, hey, because all these controls are there, this is not a vulnerability anymore, and he could be wrong or she could be wrong, or they could be right as well, so because you are just a few set of people among the large development teams out there, you may not be aware of the actual environment conditions, right, in pre-production or production environment. So in such cases, it is always good to have a dialogue with them, do the triage, understand the pluses and minuses, and then give them the guidance. Sometimes it could be true that the issue is definitely a false positive. Tell them to ignore it, but sometimes you need to convince them it is not a false positive. You have to fix it, and this is the implication if you don't fix it, and then they can go ahead and take it as an issue and remediate it. So this is important, this dialogue with development teams to resolve the misunderstandings, right? Sometimes to guide them on the new type of vulnerabilities, because hackers keep hacking, right? They identify newer ways to hack, but developers and sometimes even the security consultants are not equipped with that knowledge. So everyone has to learn, right? So first it is duty of the as a job duty of the security consultant to know this vulnerability and then guide the development team, make them understand what it is, what is the gravity, what is the risk involved, and then guide them how to fix it, right? So you set up this triage process, who should contact whom, and what is the process, what is the guidance, and what is the outcome. All these, once you document, the things become very clear for all the stakeholders. Then you don't have to worry about starting from scratch when a new request comes for triage or any other related things. So then once you have your tool fixed, tool set up, tool integrated at multiple integration points, you have set the processes, you have also finalized how the triage happens. Now next thing, that means you have enough maturity in that track, right? Your developers understand how the tool works, the most of the vulnerabilities that are reported there. If you do not know, you're going to research on it, understand it, and then guide the stakeholders. Now the next maturity level is ensuring that in some way you build the you break the build based on a certain criteria. Okay, say now that you have a pipeline, for example Jenkins or Bamboo, Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions, any pipeline for that matter. So you have certain set of steps, right, that you need to take. You need to pull the code, you need to build it or pre-process it, build it, and then perform some functional tests, and then perform some non-functional tests, including security and so on, right? And then once everything is done, you are going to release that to production, for example. Now in this case, it's not a good idea if you know that, hey, there are vulnerabilities there, and the code is still getting built successfully, and it can go and get deployed. That build artifact can get deployed. So in such cases, it is important that you automate some of these things. And one good way of preventing insecure code getting deployed is through automated build breakers. What does it mean? As the name suggests, it is breaking the build of your pipeline. So your pipeline is running, and then you have applied this build breaker criteria or a small script which basically looks at the scan result, okay, and then says, hey, my build breaker criteria says, 0 criticals in the scan, then only you are allowed to go. So that means I have 0 criticals, but I have few highs, few medium, few lows. Those are okay. If the build criteria says like that, I'm checking only for critical count more than, if it is more than 0, I'm not going to allow this build to go further. I'm going to break the build. So in such a case, your effort to work with the whole pipeline, etc., giving feedback, etc., becomes very easy, very simple. And developers, once they get used to this build breaker concept and the culture, they also try and understand that, okay, the criteria is fixed like this. I think I need to test enough that I pass the build breaker criteria, or my pipeline passes the build breaker criteria. So this is a bit a long shot, but it is much better for all the stakeholders, developers, release teams, the security folks, etc. So set these build breakers to ensure that only secure systems are deployed. Next is strategy to reevaluate and replace the tool after 2 or 3 years. Now, not every organization would be rich enough or having enough budget to replace tools every 2 years. But the point here is, once you install the tool, everything is running smooth. That doesn't mean, things are going to work like that in a smooth, successful manner for a long time, right? So a lot of things are happening in parallel, especially in my personal observation. Last 2-3 years have been so full of activities that you can see my gray hairs, right? So things have, there's so much to learn in a short period of time on every front that you can think of, right? You have machine learning, you have artificial intelligence, you have different programming languages, different frameworks, and so on and so forth. Now, things are happening so fast on every front, it is difficult to keep pace of, right? So you have to keep looking at in each track, hey, what is happening in static analysis domain? Hey, what is happening in container security domain? And keep looking for, keep reading, keep attending the meetups which are related to that track, and so on. So the point is, once you're updated, what is happening outside, in that domain, right, in that track. And then you realize that, hey, we are using this tool since last 2, 3, 4 years, but I think there are good open source options, or there is a good commercial option there. I think it's time to reevaluate. Now, what happens is, of course, each tool basically has its own roadmap to improvise, to bring in more effective ways of, giving value to its customers. But sometimes there are better options, there are cheaper options, there are disruptive options. That means the way they function is completely different, which saves time, energy, money, everything. In such a case, it is important to keep looking for what is happening in that track and try and understand, hey, is there something that I can pick up? It could be open source tool as well, so you can continue to run your whatever commercial or open source tool that you have. You do a quick proof of concept with this open source tool, see if it adds value. If it adds, just go ahead, convince your stakeholders and integrate in your ecosystem, right? So have always this strategy to reevaluate and potentially replace the tool after every X number of years. Now, X can be defined based on your risk appetite, budget, and so on. Next, educate the stakeholders on how to use this tool. This is important. I've covered this in bits and pieces and earlier points. Now, I always find managements very focused towards saying that, hey, we did this, we did that. And now what they can do very quickly is buy the tool, right? They have money, they can buy the tool. What is more difficult and long-term is to bring it in the process, to bring it in the stakeholders' mindset and day-to-day operations. That is what basically takes time, and that's basically what I'm trying to say here. So you need to ensure that different educators have different needs, you know. So some people, they like hacking, you know, that hacking in the sense, do something on your own in a do-it-yourself manner, understand how the tool works, how the script works, and then figure it out completely on their own. While some are there, you know, their needs are very methodical. They say, hey, I am going to go by the book, you know, if the document says this, I'm going to do that. That's fine. You know, you have to understand there are different types of stakeholders are available. So you go provide them each of those, at least, or most of those, not all the variety, of course. So provide them the tool, provide them the frequently asked questions, provide them how to articles or do it yourself article, you know, and so on. Sometimes you can also use small videos, you know, maybe 2 to 5 minutes videos, not more than that, because you lose interest these days. You know, it's a mobile generation. So in such a case, you know, have these small capsules of knowledge embedded in through, you know, such documentations, you know, how to articles and videos, and educate the stakeholders. Sometimes you have to conduct workshops, you know, because sometimes you have to give live sessions on their, you know, at their desktop. So you go do that, you know. So what's important is the tool adoption. When you make such a good investment in the tool, you know, you evaluate it, you put effort in requirements, you set up the tool, you have integrated. Now, if the developer is not using it, what's the use of all this, right? So it's important to, you know, give them enough understanding so that they become curious and start using it. And only then the tool adoption rate increases, you know, among your stakeholders, right? So that's very important in the maturity of a particular track. Next, create, I think I talked about this, create ecosystem of documentation, frequently asked questions, small videos, you know, 3 to 5 minute videos. So each stakeholder can have their own way of learning, you know, so just try to support whatever that you can, given your resources and time. Then last, most important aspect is create metrics and track those, you know, track for improvements. Now, when you say, I have seen certain cases where, you know, the team is actually responsible for metrics. So the metric was created 3 years ago and they are still maintaining that metrics, but no one is even looking at it because there's no value add there anymore, you know. So that's why I'm saying, you know, you ensure that it is leading to some improvement. Okay, then only. If it is not leading to any improvement, forget it, you know, just discard it. So what could be possible examples? Onboarding metrics. Now, when you started this, you know, DevSecOps track, you started this tool, say SaaS track, for example, and then you have, say, 20 applications, application teams in your organization, and now you want to first track, hey, how many teams are onboarded on the SaaS track, right, or SaaS tool. So that becomes a metric. So maybe there are 1 in the first month, you know, maybe 5 in next month, and so you basically track this metrics. You give this metrics to the right stakeholders so that you know, it becomes a relevant information for them to go and track those application owners, saying that, hey boss, why are you not you know, onboarding your application on this track? We have invested, you know, in money, tool, processes. Make use of it, right? So that becomes a relevant metrics towards improvement, right? So imagine all the 20 applications are onboarded. Do you really need that onboarding metrics again? No. Once your once the purpose is served, you don't need that metrics. Just discard it, right? Go for the new metrics. What can be new metric? Issued metrics. Now imagine out of those 20 applications, you're seeing, you know, you're basically tracking all these vulnerabilities, you know, so you're tracking, hey, how many criticals are there? How many high, medium, low issues are there? And then you basically track all the metrics and then you follow up on that, right? That, see, once you measure, the next step is basically to improvise it based on that measurement, right? So you get some insights, you say, hey, in your application, we are seeing code injection issues, you know, maybe your development teams need some kind of training session, you know, and then you go for a small 1-hour workshop where you tell them, hey, this is how you identify, you know, code injection attacks or code injection related vulnerabilities, and this is the way to fix it. And that session, can get translated into, secure code next time. And keep tracking, keep giving them the feedback, not in a manner to shame them, but in a manner to improvise, to empathize with them. Hey, boss, I think you need to look at this because this is giving some insight saying that, hey, your applications are, vulnerable to this type of issues on a regular basis. I'm tracking this data for 3 quarters and we are seeing these issues regularly. Maybe something we need to do in terms of, awareness or some kind of training workshop or so on, right? So the point is create metrics, use it for improvement. So now these are some of the points, right? Formalize requirements, evaluate, set up, install the tool, integrate, create processes, ensure there is enough triage, and you hear the developers out, and then you set up build breakers, to ensure you take the next maturity step. Then ensure that if it is not any more relevant, you are ready to replace the tool as well. Ensure you take all the stakeholders along with you, and then create all the necessary ecosystem for various stakeholders. And then finally, one of the most important thing, the metrics, create metrics, ensure that they are relevant, and ensure that they are leading to some improvement. And if the purpose is served, you should discard and start creating the newer metrics. So there is always scope for improvement, so metrics will not die, for example. So ensure that you always, keep generating new metrics and strive for improvement. With this, I will go to the next topic with these tracks. But before that, are there any questions? Maybe I can take 1 or 2 questions and then we'll go to specific track.
Hey Mohan, this is Rajat again. I know we're talking about DevSecOps, right? But you brought up pen testers a little bit, right? So I hope it's fair game to ask this question. I've noticed a trend where people, security teams are forsaking pen tests, primarily because a lot of them have been outsourced in the past, right? To replace them with bug bounty programs, right? How does that fit into the overall DevSecOps picture?
Okay, so I have a track dedicated for that. Maybe I'll cover that. Very good point though, right? So bug bounty is a very upcoming and new DevSecOps track, and that is the reason I have added that as one of the tracks in the DevSecOps. So not just those 4 which I discussed in the beginning, but there are more tracks. So we'll consider we'll talk about bug bounty in that track, right, Roger?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. One more question. Okay. If there are none, we'll move to the next one. Yeah. So DevSecOps maturity model level 0. So when you are doing nothing than just pen testing, you can realize that you are at a level 0 maturity, with regard to DevSecOps. That means you are at a basic level. Level 0 means it's not no level or nothing level, or null level. It is basically the starting point or basic level. That means you're doing something, so you're doing this penetration testing. There are worst cases where people don't even bother about penetration testing. They believe in their developers, they believe in the whole world, and they trust the external input and they trust the hackers as well. So they don't consider pen testing. So if you're doing pen testing, you are already at level 0.
It's
right?
23 hours.
So let's see what is there in that track. So in level 0, in the penetration testing, you basically are getting a feedback, right? So you have requirements, design, coding, testing, and then release or deployment, right? And before deployment, in the staging or in UAT environment, you're conducting this penetration testing. You're getting either internal pen testing team or external pen testers, to pen test and report your vulnerabilities. So when they're doing, they're actually giving you a feedback saying that, hey, your developers need to focus on this area, right? So you take it. I have seen in many organizations, right? I was a pen tester at one point in time. So they think the moment the report comes, right, when the release date or the meeting gets called for to discuss the pen tester's result, people are already ready with excuses, ready to push them back. So guys, I think one thing we need to very clearly understand that the whole mechanism, right? Why are we conducting pen testing? We want a feedback. We want to fix the issue. We want to put the systems which are secure in nature, right, in production. So if that is the case, you have to be little empathetic about the whole, mechanism, and then accept it, embrace it, and then work on it, to improve. So in this penetration testing track, obviously, you need to keep a check on the trend of number of issues that are reported. So what is the trend? So as I said, earlier. So if imagine, you have been conducting pen test for every major release, and there are say 4 releases in a year, right? Or say 8 releases in a year. So what are you going to analyze? You check all these reports, you put it in an Excel sheet or some automated system or whatever, and then see what are those categories of issues, right? And check, this particular system or application team always has these type of issues. You always get some or the other kind of insights, or if you're not getting, which is good, you may have a mix of insights then, So maybe there is no trend, but there is some other reason. When the insights are mixed, you look at the composition of your development team. Maybe they are changing, the developers join the team, work for a few months, and they leave the team. Again, new set of developers come and then they leave, after some time. If that is a trend, you will obviously see a mixed basket of insights, right? So you need to then guide the development teams or the product owner or the business stakeholders, saying, give them this insight that, hey, we keep getting these repeated vulnerabilities, repeated categories, from your application. Maybe you need to have relook at the team culture or the way you guys have organized the whole, software development activity. So this is something that, one can actually take back as an insight. You can look at the categories of issues reported, get some insights out of it, and when you get insight, as I said earlier, you can always see if there is a possibility of a training, So there are a lot of good tools these days which allow, developer training based on their preferred language, based on their preferred platform, all that within, you don't have to go out of the organization, you can just buy the tool and, onboard these developers, show them how it works, and they can learn on their own. Or if you are not able to get such tools, you can conduct small workshops, Friday afternoon, dedicate this, for 2 hours, 3 hours only for covering these small module trainings. You can create videos out of it, just show them and, tell them, ask questions, and then go ahead. The point is, pen testing is there to give you feedback. Your challenge should be, how do you utilize that feedback and scale it up, right? Because when pen testing happens, it is happening on one application. But are you able to see that, hey, these type of issues can be applicable in other 4 applications as well? Instead of those pen testers taking some X amount of time to identify those issues in other applications, if you take the feedback from one application, apply it in across your organization, you would end up saving a lot of headache, a lot of money, and a lot of happy developers at the end, right? So that's level 0 for you. Next maturity level is level 1, where of course you're just started. Hey, there is static analysis possible, and then there is dynamic analysis possible, and then you go ahead and you take the plunge, right? So let's start with SAST. So what I've done is, in each track I've just pointed my insights or my comments in those categories: input, output, what is the triage, what are the possible integration points, what possibly can be a challenge in that track, and then what if there is any, right? So let's go one by one like this. So in static application security testing, or SAST, what is my input? Of course, as we saw earlier, it's a source code, right? It could be your application source code, or web application source code, API, or mobile application source code, or it could be just a simple library or utility library that you're trying to develop for the benefit of other developers. So in any case, that becomes your input for your source the static application security testing tool. Now, what is the output? Of course, we need to identify vulnerabilities, security vulnerabilities. So that's an obvious output, right? Security vulnerabilities. And yeah, I have to agree here. I've written that very clearly, a lot of them. So SAST ends up with a lot of security vulnerabilities in its report. Sometimes it can go up to a few hundred pages of report, right? I have seen a PDF with 300 pages when a SAST scan was run. And that's a ridiculous report, and one should just throw those reports than just waste time in reading, right? So a tool should be intelligent enough to report something more useful in a better or in a concise way, right? And one more thing, I would recommend, when you're going through SAST scan, don't go by the PDF report. Never ever go by the PDF report. You have these very nice dashboards by these tool vendors. Those are really good. Imagine you are working on 2 applications. Those would be listed in the dashboard. You click on one, you get listed with different vulnerabilities in it, and in that vulnerability list you can categorize based on criticality. You have critical, high, medium, low, and then you click on one issue, say critical, and then it will actually tells you, hey, this is the line of code where the issue is, and it SAST tools actually can trace the issue. That means where is the source, where is the sink, and then it can tell you, okay, it appears here, but the main reason is somewhere here, and then you are guided through all those lines, and then you're told, hey, this is the root cause. If you fix this, this vulnerability is going to disappear, right? And these dashboards, SAST tool dashboards are have grown intelligent over a period of time. Now they give you recommendation based on the language, right? So whatever the popular languages are there, they tend to give justice to the developer's preference, and then they give a recommendation. They also tell what this issue is. Sometimes the developer is new, is reading through or she is reading through that dashboard. They want to understand what the vulnerability is first of all, right? Because all along they are focused only on development, improving their development knowledge, but sometimes all of a sudden these reports come in with vulnerabilities they do not understand, right? So these dashboards, the SAST tool dashboards, give very good explanation about what the tool is, what the vulnerability is, what the risk is, and how to mitigate it, and they also give some code snippets in a preferred language, and then you can just, your job is basically try that out, fix it, rerun the scan, and see if it can disappear. Now, I think one of the questions was related to XML external entity issue, and we had that issue in one of our earlier SAST scans. What happened was, so tool tells that, hey, this is the way in which you have to fix it. I go to Owasp, there also it tells similar. So I implement it, but the tool is not recognizing it, so in such cases, you have to see, go little in detail, try to understand why this tool is not accepting your fix, and then, if once you start reading about it, you automatically get, a way out, right? Sometimes you don't get that way out. I've seen that as well. So sometimes it's an issue with the tool. So these tools are again developed by some human beings, right, at the end of the day. And they could have this functional limitation, right, or feature limitation that although everything is as recommended by Owasp or as recommended by some expert, but the tool is not accepting that as a appropriate fix. In such case, you talk to the vendors, check is it the right way the tool is behaving. And sometimes when we push back the development, when we as a development team or security team push back the tool vendors, they go back, they analyze, and then they sometimes agree if it is really the case, and then they say yes, it is a tool limitation, and go ahead, we will release a patch for this, and then they take care of it in the next release, right? So this could be a possibility. I have seen it, I think 3 or 4 times in my career so far. So we have pushed back. We have taken the experts from the tool vendors. They also have their R&D teams, right? So when they look at the issue, they realize that yes, tool is not behaving the way it should, and it's not accepting a right fix, and then they tell us this is a workaround or a patch, and then they release or fix that issue in the next release. So a lot of vulnerabilities get reported by the SAST scan, and then the next question is, hey, what about the triage, right? And I have said very clearly it is required. Now, in my past life, I didn't mention it earlier, I have worked on one of the static code analysis compilers. So I worked there for almost more than 1 year. I have developed part of that compiler code, which is a popular tool now. I won't name it, but yeah, I know that field very closely at a compiler level, how it actually translates, and identifies vulnerabilities. So you have something called as model or a checker, and then you have these so piece of source code. The last so what they do is they take the source code, they put it in small chunks, the edge and nodes based on how the call graph is, and then last at the edge they go to the last edge, and then they compare with these model checkers, and then they identify, hey, whether the behavior matches or not. If it is matching, they report it as a vulnerability. But sometimes what happens in the whole process, if some construct is new in the language I'm saying, then if the tool is not prepared to understand that construct, it is going to report it as a vulnerability, right? So that's where the issue of false positives come, and that's where the triage comes in picture. So I've said very plain blank, or point blank, I would say, most of the times you do require triage in SAST scan results, right? So you need to basically ready with this fact and ready for spending enough time, understand the triage discussions, and there could be a possibility that developers may be right. In such case, you agree with them, you appreciate their effort to make an attempt to understand and convince the security folks, and then go with them, tell them, yes, it is false positives, we'll add it in our list of false positives, so that next time next team doesn't go researching or wasting time, so that we all can save time and effort basically analyzing these things. Now, next point is, what are the integration points, right? We talked about this already. So IDE plugin, CI pipeline, of course, CD doesn't come in this case because we are doing static analysis. So continuous integration, that means I have a pipeline where I pull the code from my Bitbucket, GitLab, or GitHub, whatever, and then I do my pre-processing on the source code, whether everything is right, if the source code is not tampered, etc. And then I do the build, right? It could be Maven, or it could be Gradle, or anything. And then I do my functional, test case run. Then I do security or performance and so on. And then I, push it to artifact repository. And from there, people who are responsible for deployment, they take that build and deploy it if everything is fine, right? So in this case, your integration points for SaaS tools are, of course, 2: plugin, IDE level plugin, as well as the CI pipeline. So most of the, including open source, I'm saying, they have plugins for Jenkins and Bamboo. And Azure DevOps, and of course, GitHub Actions. Now, what is the challenge here? I've kept this blank because I want some of you who are experienced in SAST, can tell me what challenge they have seen in the SAST. Maybe one or two.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So hi, this is Pankaj. Okay. So recently I deployed HP 45 tool. Okay. So I deployed as well as implement to for my company. So yeah, so I integrate with the Jenkins, and in backend I integrate with GitLab and SVN. We have option of Bamboo also, but we are facing some issue during integration with HP45. So we like shifted to the Jenkins because it's open source and it's supported by other repository as well. So, but still, yeah, some of the thing which is a legacy application which is only supporting Bamboo, so we are not able to do still. Okay.
Right.
And yeah, during this process, I faced multiple issues related to integration of the multiple tools, as well as if I'm doing a security assessment like SaaS part, after did the testing, I'm getting like 1,000 or 800 page of report. Okay. So we interacted with the product people like Micro Focus regarding that. So they are all, even though they have a support, but they can't give you exact like vulnerabilities. You have to do manual work on that, and you have to do yeah, you should know the coding part. Then only you can like we are facing this challenge, so that we are doing like the people who know the code, we are assigning them to work on that after scanning also. So the work challenges are there. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely right. So if you look at my last point, the tip, which is generally allow developers to analyze the reported findings first. That means if you see, first of all, how many developers are there, how many ops folks are there, how many security folks are there, right? So if you look at the ratio, in my company, at least it is like this. We have 200 developers. For every 200, there are 10, ops folks, and then there is one security person, right? So this is the ratio that we have. Now, in such a case, imagine, you get a report like this, and there are 20 teams that you have to cater to. How would you handle this, the scale of operation? You cannot, right? If you get a report of that big, obviously, you would be very overwhelmed. So the important thing is, who is larger in number? Of course, the developers. Who has written the code? Of course, the developers, right? So they are in a better position to understand your report, right? And you should allow them first to go through the report, identify the vulnerabilities, and then the onus should be on them to fix those vulnerabilities. Now, when the onus is on them, they know, hey, I cannot fix all, right? So first they do their analysis, and then they say, hey, I don't think all the issues are true issues. Then they come up with list of false positives, right? Then that is a very small subset of that vulnerability list. And then you tell them, okay, let's have a meeting. Let's go one by one, and then go through the whole false positive list. Let's discuss. And then during the discussion, you also get, you also should put an effort to understand, do some research before you attend the meeting. And then, you basically learn out of this. You help them to reduce the false positives. At the same time, you increase the, false positive list, and then you publish it. And then once you feed it into the tool, next time when the scan runs, you don't get reported on the same false positives. Okay. So tools, most of the SaaS tools allow this kind of, feedback, and they allow custom rules also. So you can write custom rules, in 45 as well. So through that, you can reduce the false positives, number one, as well as, you can reduce the vulnerabilities which you do not want developers to waste the time on, right? So in such cases, what I normally recommend is, don't go on looking at every vulnerability that is reported by the right. Look at the critical work or look at critical and high. First look at only these two categories. Ignore medium and high, medium and low issues or informational issues. Focus on critical and high. Then you are, you have a very small subset. Then focus on it. Then you can deal with it better because the numbers are small there. And then since the criticality is there, you have to deal based on that. It's basically risk-based approach. Yeah, guys, can you go on mute, please? So that's about the first track, right? SAST. Let's look at the second track, Dynamic Application Security Testing, or DAST. Now, what does it mean? We have looked at, right? I said there are tools like Owasp, ZAP, tools like Burp Suite. These are proxy tools which are primarily used by developers, primarily used by pen testers, by hackers as well. So, and then there are a lot of other tools, Micro Focus has Web Inspect, IBM has AppScan, and so on. So the utility factor I'm not going to get into, but I'll just talk about what that track is, how do we, mature in that track, right? First of all, because it is dynamic, obviously you don't need anything that is static like source code or maybe a list of dependencies, right? What you need is a stable running application or API endpoint in a production, in a pre-production environment, right? So that's your prerequisite. And then it runs the scan, or it performs whatever the way you have trained these tools. Maybe it has its own payloads, or you have added your own security test cases and running through it. So once you do that part, then you have these, this report basically, which has security vulnerabilities. Now the next question is, when you look at the report, of course, if you look at SAST report and DAST report, you would see the difference, right? SAST may report like 300 or 400 issues, but when you look at the DAST reports, it would be somewhere around, if the whole environment is okay, a little hardened. In that case, probably you would get issues maybe in the range of 5 to 10 or 20, not like hundreds of issues, right, in the DAST scan. So the number of issues reported by DAST are more relatively accurate, but in certain cases you do require triage, right? So that's why I've written a little, a little bit of triage is definitely required, because when you're running a DAST scan, you are running in a pre-prod environment, right? A staging, a UAT environment. And to save costs, sometimes all the hardening is not possible or is not done in the pre-prod or UAT or staging environment, but it is definitely there in the production environment. So if you know what is there in production, you know some of the issues which are reported there, like TLS or certificates related issues, those configuration related issues which are normally false positives, right? So you can ignore those, and then you can analyze if there is something related to SQL injection or cross-site scripting or some other injection based attacks, right? So you take that result, look at what is there in production in terms of configuration, ignore the false positives, and look at what are actionable vulnerabilities, and then fix it. So integration point. Now, if Burp Suite has now Enterprise Edition, and then ZAP also has headless integration, right? As well as it is available in GitHub Actions, recent release, last release. So there is a possibility of automation, in the DAST track. So you can always use these options to integrate DAST scans, in a pipeline, in a CD pipeline, of course, in the lower environment. And then you have plugins, by the way. you have plugins in different orchestration platform. If there are no plugins, you can always write a small script, because at the end of the day, what that script is going to do, it is basically call the binary or executable, take the URL as an input, and then list of payloads, right? So if you give all that, if you understand how the tool works, you can always script it and then add that in the scanning instruction, and then your integration is done. So yeah, so let me ask folks in the audience, have you faced any challenge in the DAST track?
Yeah, Mohan, Tejas here. So I have a query regarding Bubsuit. I came to know that Bubsuit Enterprise Edition is for CI/CD pipeline. Is there any process to work with Bubsuit Professional Edition also? Can we integrate Bubsuit Professional also in CI/CD?
Yes. So Bubsuit Professional, I don't know, but you can actually make it work, right? So you in Jenkins or in Bamboo, what do you have? You have master and slaves, right? So slaves are your builders, right? Or build machines or build servers. So in those build servers, you basically install these tools, either Zap or Bubsuit Professional. Okay, and then you can call those through a script, right? So that can be scripted, but if you have enough budget, you can go for Bubsuit's Enterprise Edition. It's not that costly, as other tools, in the market, but they have this very good option to integrate in the pipelines, and we have done it recently, and yeah, so it works. So they, of course, they are just starting the Enterprise Edition, and they are in the journey to improvise it, and they have a very good team now. They are improving with every release, and I'm sure they would reach a really good enterprise level, tool eventually. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi Mohan, I have one you asked question that do we face any challenges in DAST? So a lot of time what happens when we run a report or when we get a report from a vendor that basically they do a DAST testing for us, and we as a security consultant go over those and share this feedback to the team. So the reports clearly says that the application has 2-3 CSRF and some of the couple of XSS as well. But when we go to the team, they say that these attacks have been already have been taken care, and those are not really a vulnerability. But we do see in the report, so sometimes it feels like a waste of a time that the tool is not efficiently catching those, because the tool says it is there, developer says it is there, but it is not really causing anything. The cross-site scripting supposed to manipulate the data at the server, but it's not really manipulating it. It's just displaying a result. So it's not really. So that's where we feel that it's a waste of time sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I have seen that challenge with some of the commercial tools, especially in the DAST track. So yes, my full sympathies are with you. I've gone through that pain. We cannot even share that pain with anyone. Developers they won't even listen to this, because they know, as well as that the issue is not actually an issue. It's a false positive. So the challenge there is, with some of these tools, not all, of course, is that the way they interpret the response, right? So they have these premeditated scripts, payloads. They just blindly go ahead and shoot it at the target server URL or a particular resource or a particular area. And if there is a response other than what is expected, they report it as a vulnerability. And that is where the challenge is. These tools don't interpret whether the response is, a potential possible response, but which is not a, vulnerability, leading to a vulnerability. In such case, they should actually, shouldn't report it. Some of the tools do have, capability to tweak their rule engine. Okay, so in such cases, I would suggest talk to the vendor, tell them this is the case and this is happening repeatedly. The tool adoption has become a challenge, and then normally if the tool is mature enough, they will have some way to reduce this false positives. And I have seen in the past, I won't take the name, but I've seen in those commercial tools. We have faced the challenges. Once we reported, we found some workarounds. In one extreme case, I'll tell you what happened. The client was so frustrated when we gave this report. They said, forget about this. I have invested a huge amount on this tool. I'm not going to use it. I'll just rely on basic tools like Burp and Zap, but I will not go ahead and continue to waste my time, although I have wasted my money there, but I don't want to waste my developers' time, my security folks' time in analyzing those reports, which normally end up with almost zero value. This was an extreme case, but I would say the guy was right. So the tool was costly. The tool was reporting a lot of vulnerabilities, but it had very less value there. So it's okay. I mean, that decision I completely support it, and eventually we improved. Through manual pen testing, through Burp Suite and Zap, the value was much better. Value for money. I mean, because Burp Professional is what, $300 US, right? If you look at Enterprise Edition, it is somewhere around 12K or even less than that. So these small cost having the same value. The reports, if you compare the true reports that are reported by these tools and the commercial tool, those other costly commercial tools, it's almost same. So in such case, it is better to take a wise decision. In your case, if you're not able to take that, you can always go back, tell the vendor, this is the case, and they have to come up with some strategy to reduce that false positives. And normally,
okay, I'll quickly close this. So what basically happens in my case, I put it in a dilemma or in a situation whether I should talk to a tool vendor to improve their tool, or I talk to my developer that yes, you are taking care of a vulnerability, but you should rather also tailor your application so that these are not caught in these standards tool. So like that I don't get it. So what your recommendation in those cases? Shall we give the feedback to the tool vendor to improve and make it much smart and effective, or rather we go to a developer and say that this shouldn't be coming up in even if it's not there, but it shouldn't be coming up in a report in those standard tools?
Yeah, so this is little trickier. In some cases you have to take the issues because they are 100% confident false positives. You have to take it to the vendor. Okay. In cases where the environment has an issue, the configuration in the environment, it could be certificate, it could be SSL, or it could be other issues. So if it is a true issue, obviously vendor is not the direction that you should take, but you should talk to the development team. You should talk to the ops team. You should talk to the SRE team and tell them that, hey, this is what is reported and it is true. Take action on it. So of course, I mean, you have to look at the worth of that that issue, and then you have to take the direction, either developer or the vendor. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next. So level 2. Now this is an interesting level. So we saw the level 1 was DAST and SAST. These are traditional DevSecOps tracks, right? And level 2 is kind of a modern, I would say, modern track. Or modern level, I would say. So it has primarily software composition analysis or SCA and container security or CSEC. Well, software composition analysis, so what it takes as input is definitely the list of dependencies your source code is using, right? If it is Maven, then you have that XML file with all the list of dependencies, its parent dependencies, etc. The transitory dependencies, all that, so it basically takes this input. So what these tools primarily do is all these tools, not just one or two, but all, including open source and commercial. What they do is for every vulnerability, every library that is there in the public domain which are widely used, what they do is they take the library, they take different versions of it and check what are the possible vulnerabilities reported in the public domain. They start with CVEs, but if there are other vulnerabilities reported, they add it also that in the analysis. So for every version of that library, they create a hash, right? So they generate a hash, and then they create the database, in their backend. So for every hash, they list all the possible, vulnerabilities, and they map it with that version. So every version of that library has a hash, and that hash is pointing to list of CVEs related to that version, right? And similarly, they go ahead analyzing all the versions till the latest or last version, and then they have this huge database. They do it for all the widely used open source libraries. And once I have this database, now that's their minting machine, right? Money making machine. So they have this database, they keep improvising it to increase their accuracy, effectiveness, and then they say, okay, give me the list of dependencies. What they do, what their tool does is they take the dependency, identify the name of the library, identify the version, and then they take that to they create a hash, they check with their database in the backend. What it returns is basically a list of vulnerabilities, or none, as the case may be, right? So that's how dependency check, Nexus lifecycle, then Black Duck or Sneak or all these different commercial tools actually work. So and that should be the way actually. There is no better, faster way than this. So all these different tools. Once the scanning is done, they basically give you vulnerabilities for all the libraries that you are using, right? So next is whether there is a requirement for triage. I've said sometimes required. Now, why do I say that? Because these guys, they shouldn't be lying it, right? Lying about the vulnerabilities, right? So I have, say, log4j 1.4.1, and there is a vulnerability which is there in the database. They have created the hash, they take it to the backend. Now it has mapped with a list of vulnerabilities or CVEs, and they have given me a result now. Now there cannot be a triage in this, right? Because the database accuracy is their bread and butter, right? If that is inaccurate, they are going to fail in the market, right? But sometimes there is a case where although I say, hey, log4j 1.4.1 has this CVE reported, right? So there could be two cases like project A and project B, both are using log4j for logging, and now, both are using the same version. But the fine print in that CVE documentation says that if you're using this particular API call from this library, then only this CVE is applicable. Then only there is a vulnerability exploitation possible, right? And imagine project A is actually using this API. That means they are bound to get impacted, right? But there is project B which is not using this API, but they're using the library, right? So this CVE, which is reported by the tool, is applicable for project A but not applicable for project B, which means for project B it is a false positive, a kind of, right? Or in other words, I would say it is applicable, it is a true issue but not applicable for project B. But for project A, it is a true issue and definitely applicable. They have to somehow mitigate it. If the tool recommendation says, hey, 1.4.1 is vulnerable, upgrade to 1.4.2 or 1.5 or 2.0, whatever, So the development team has to upgrade, to the secure version and so on. So triage sometimes is required in the software composition analysis. The point is very clear there. So what are possible integration points? All these tools which I named all have IDE plugins. Okay. Some have even browser plugins. So browser plugins are even more handier, right? Imagine your development team is trying to come up with an MVP and they are looking for some library. Now, what is the traditional way of doing it? Include that library, build it, and then scan it, and then you get some result, and then you fix it, or if there is no fix, you again go back, change to some other library, and then continue all this build, scan, and then look at the result. But these browser plugins or sometimes even the IDE plugins actually help in that. So what you can do, you don't have to build anything. Imagine you need an MVP, you have come up with list of possible libraries that you want to use. Just use this plugin, browser plugin. Tell, hey, this is the library, and this is the version I'm planning to use. And the plugin actually gives you feedback then and there. Says that, hey, this version is definitely vulnerable, or it may say, hey, this version is definitely clean. Go ahead and use it. So you don't have to have that all effort to build it, to test it, and scan it, and then get that feedback. So browser plugin in such cases will be definitely a big hit with the development teams. I have seen it, developers liking it. Other integration points, as any static analysis, it's a CI pipeline. You just add it in your whatever Jenkins, Bamboo, DevOps, Azure DevOps, or GitHub pipeline, GitHub Actions, etc., and then do the scan. Some of these tools, okay, have artifact scanning capability. That means, so I got the source code, I built it, I tested it, everything is fine. Now I push the artifact, right, the var or whatever jar or ER file into the repository. Now from there, the development team, deployment team is going to pick it up and deploy it, right? Now imagine you have a dedicated folder in your artifactory repo, artifacts repo, right? It could be Nexus or artifactory repository. Now from that production repository, your deployment team takes the build, deploys it, right? Now imagine it is deployed and it is running fine, but one fine day, you read about an article saying that, hey, this version has suddenly become vulnerable, right? Because some developer, some researcher in some part of the globe, he has identified or she has identified a vulnerability, and they have reported, they have got the CVE. Now it's up to you then, right? You have not done any change in the build that is already running successfully in production, but now all of a sudden, because of this new development, your deployment is at risk. Now how do you take care of this, right? If you had not seen that report, you would be completely ignorant about that, and maybe you would end up just like the Equifax eventually. So in such cases, some of these tools have these artifact repo scanning capability. That means what they do is you just point that tool to a production folder repository and tell the tool, hey, do the night scan and give me the report. Keep updating me in a dashboard somewhere. And then you can put some early morning slots. Probably start at 1 o'clock. Maybe it can go up to early morning 5, 7 o'clock, and then at the next day morning you have a report. So imagine you missed that whatever article, but your tool is actually working for you. It is telling, hey, we found that this library, which you are already put in production, has suddenly become vulnerable. And these are the 5 projects which are using this library version, this insecure version. And then you get the report, then you talk to the stakeholders and take certain whatever necessary corrective action. Either you can bring it down or create a new web application firewall rule and then fix it and so on, right? So the point is you talk to the vendors, identify what are possible benefits, what are possible integration points that are possible in that their tool, and then use those for your benefit and improvement. The tips here basically convince the developers about the gravity of software composition analysis vulnerabilities. Now this is a very tricky part, I'm telling you, and that's one of the biggest challenges as well. So the thing is, developers know their code, but they do not know what is written in those libraries. They know how to use that library, how to get that functionality done, right? So although you may show them, hey, the tool has reported this and the tool has given some reference links. If you open those links, the researcher has given very clearly how to what the vulnerability is. The researcher also has given the exploit, how do you exploit this vulnerability if you find it, now with all this evidence, sometimes developers still find it difficult to believe that these can be exploited. They say, hey, I remember one of the developers in my previous organization said, hey, you know what, this component is deep down in the backend, don't worry, there are many layers before that, and I'm sure nobody can reach the backend. Now when we showed them the list of URLs where each URL actually showed them how to exploit it, it doesn't matter where in your deployment architecture your vulnerable component is, right? As long as there is a connectivity from the external world, it is exploitable, right? So sometimes it takes a lot of effort to convince them, but developers with a learning in their mind, they actually do understand, they appreciate, and they learn, and then they grow, But of course there are some developers who conveniently don't want to learn. In such cases you have to just live with them, you have to just let go and continue your work. You have to probably follow some escalation route and get it prioritized to fix it. So when these tools, SCA tools especially, give a very clear indication that, hey, this issue is a super critical issue, or threat level 10 issue, some tools report in that manner, So the point is, when these tools recommend, identify these vulnerability and recommend to fix it immediately, we should take it very seriously, because when they see there is some method in that madness, right? They go through a lot of analysis, and that's how the ranking of the criticality goes up, right? Not just randomly they think, hey, this could be critical, and that's how it gets reported. No. So they analyze and then they recommend, so we have seen in the previous organization, I remember when we saw a threat level 10 issue in a software composition analysis, we were 3 that day working out of 4, and then one was holding the fort, and the 2 people, including me, we went in 2 different directions immediately, just ran, because we know threat level 10 can be very dangerous. It's like Equifax, another Equifax. In these supercritical issues, you don't need any test data, you don't need any authentication, you don't need any authorization, to exploit. What you need is just the knowledge that they are using this vulnerable component, and as long as I get a URL, I can actually exploit it. And that Equifax issue, if you just analyze, go through those reports, it is very interesting case study. Struts2 issue was like that. You don't need anything. As long as you have that URL, you can now exploit it. Just search, don't go banging every server in the internet, but wherever it is authorized, you can actually register it and then go ahead, maybe through bug bounty programs. But the point is, critical or supercritical issues are easily exploitable. They don't need much preparation. As long as the exploit is ready and you have the necessary information like URL, you can get in. You will be at the server with probably higher privileges than the normal application user, right? So the point is, developers do not realize this gravity. So sometimes you have to add extra effort, to convince them. And I talked about this tip, right? Enable production monitoring feature. So that's exactly what I was talking about when I said artifact repo scanning. So that's basically production monitoring.
Sorry, Mohan, I'm not able to see your screen.
Sorry?
Yeah, now it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the feedback, man. Okay. So I was saying, not every time developers get convinced from the SCA, software composition analysis reports. So you have to sometimes make an extra effort to guide them. Okay. And then enable features, like production monitoring or continuous monitoring, whatever the name. But as long as you are able to monitor the builds which are in production, those features will definitely be very, very helpful in the long run. Yeah, we will, for the sake of time, we'll move to the next. So next is container security or CSEC. Of course, as the name suggests, the input would be Docker image or a container. The output is, of course, the vulnerabilities at different layers in the Docker container or, in the orchestration platform as well. Now, in this case, just like software composition analysis, sometimes you do need the triage, right? And the integration points, as I know, Aquasec or Twistlock, and then there are few, I think, open source equally good tools. All these, they don't have IDE plugin, but they have a very good CI pipelines, plugins, right? In Jenkins, in Bamboo, even in Azure DevOps. I think Sneak, which also does container security scanning, has GitHub Actions extension. Okay. So CI pipeline and then the container registry repo scanning, just like the software composition analysis tools doing scanning of the repo, you can actually achieve similar thing for a container registry, right? Just like you have normal build artifact registry, you have for containers, you have container registry. So where you actually place your all containers or Docker images. So in that place, if you point this tool, the container security tool, it can actually scan it and report the vulnerabilities. Yeah, so the tips are quite similar to software composition analysis, and that is the reason I combine this in the level 2. Both work in a similar fashion. Software composition analysis works at the libraries level, open source libraries level or component level, while container security operates similarly but at the container level or Docker level, Docker image level. Yeah, so there were some queries. Maybe I'll take up a couple of questions here.
Yeah, so Mohan, Pankaj here, I have one doubt. See, for the source code analysis, for the site analysis, we used to do either giving a source code as an input and For the dash, we are giving URL, right? For the Docker and container, what we are giving?
Okay, good question. Now, how does the whole Docker ecosystem work, right? So imagine you are a developer, you want to start a project and you want to use Docker or containers in your project. What you need is the basic Docker image, right, to start with, which has basically a base OS layer and maybe some other layers that you need for your project, right? So you may go for Alpine or Debian or Red Hat Linux or some other Linux flavor or even Windows. So yeah, so these are some of the options, right? And once you have this Docker image finalized, once you get it in your environment, right, in your intranet. So in that case, there is a possibility with these container security tools to scan it. So the moment it enters your network, you can put a gate saying that, okay, let me scan it. And once the scanning is complete, you can decide then, just like I talked about build breaker, right? You can talk about, you can place a script like this and then check the results, check the count of different vulnerabilities, and then they say, okay, if it has probably, allow maximum, say, 2 criticals, for example. I'm just saying. And if it is more than 2, reject it. Don't allow that Docker image to come inside your network altogether. Something like that. So, or even better option would be you from the security team, you analyze all the possible base OS images or base OS Docker images, scan it through these tools, and go through this and identify the least vulnerable or a secure version of a Docker image, and then put it in a registry where every developer can have an access, right? And then ask the developers, if you need a Docker, don't go to Docker Hub or hub.docker.com or any other vendor's Docker image, but choose from here because these have been already scanned and proved to be more secure, right? And then the developers can take that as a base image and then deploy their application and form a container out of it, and then go ahead and probably scan the whole container in a CI pipeline, right?
Okay, okay. I have one question here regarding same. Okay, okay. Let's consider if I'm correct. Just let me know. Like Docker and container image, like similar kind of Linux and Windows kind of OS. And if it's the similar, so like how we are doing regularly patches, right? For the vulnerability, are they Docker and container also going to do like we are going to do for the same?
Sorry, come again. I didn't get the question.
Yeah, basically what I'm trying to say here, like let's consider we are doing Windows and Linux vulnerability assessment and doing regularly patches, right? So
Right.
what I'm correlating, if it's a Docker
Yeah,
and container is also is a kind of image only, so we can
correct.
do, are we doing same thing for them?
Yes, you are right. The analogy is absolutely right. So see, when developers ask for RHEL for a VM, right, or a Windows for a VM, right? So what we say, hey, this is the version, say X version, and this is the most patched version. Go ahead, use it, and the VM gets allocated, and they can use it, right? So that's in the VM world. Similarly, the concept is same, So you need to baseline certain images. So that's what I said. So you as a developer, as a security team, you identify what are the usually requested base OSs. It could be Linux flavors like Alpine, Debian, RHEL, or whatever it could be, right? So get all that list of base OSs, and then download their Docker images, scan it, analyze them, and identify which are the least vulnerable images, right? And then
Okay, so
put them.
Mohan, one thing,
Yeah.
can we do the hardening for them also, like how we are doing for the Linux and Windows?
Yes. exactly. So I was just coming to that, So once you identify the least vulnerable ones or the secure ones, right? You put it in a compliant registry. You dedicate a folder for it, dump all those images, and then publish it to the development teams so that they can use it. Now imagine, they are using that library. They're using your Docker image, which is certified or compliant, and tomorrow some vulnerability gets reported there, right, by the container security tool. You have put it as published, and compliant and secure image to use it, but now, after some time it has become vulnerable. Same like, the software composition analysis analogy, right? Because someone has identified issue in that version, now all of a sudden the compliant image becomes non-compliant, right? In such cases, what you need to do is you need to identify, okay, what is the fix, and you can actually see at the end of the day, what is a Docker image? It's basically a Docker file, right, with a base OS and some libraries on top of it, right? So identify where the issue has been reported and check if it can be fixed through a library upgrade, okay? And then just go to that layer of that Docker file and then upgrade it, So you move from X version to X+1 or X+2 and then try to fix it. So you can actually fix those or patch those, So patching in containers is slightly different than compared to patching in a VM OS or VM Linux OS or VM Windows OS. So the concept is same, but the way, you can do it on your own because you have the access to Docker file. You can always tweak it, create a new Docker file, which is, a fixed one. And then again, you, update your registry, you remove that non-compliant image and keep this one. So yeah, so the concept is same, but you have better control in the container world on patching because you yourself can actually tweak the Docker file and patch those. Yeah.
Okay.
Mohan, Mohan, one more doubt. If the vulnerability is related to library, we can update it. But if there is a vulnerability with Docker, means we can rebuild from the Docker repository. So that could be fixed, right? So,
sorry, I didn't get the point. What are you saying?
If it's the vulnerability related to library, we can patch it up, like updating the library.
Got it.
If the base OS have some vulnerabilities, maybe there, then we need to download the latest container. Then we need to rebuild it, right? So that would be the best way. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Correct. So if the base OS layer itself has a vulnerability, then normally because it is an open source, right? These Linux flavors, they get patched, okay, or they get fixed. So you have to go to the hub.docker.com or whatever vendor who's actually giving that image, download the latest version of it, and then scan it. Just check if the issue has been fixed, and then you can use it. You're right. So if it is the issue at the layer above the base OS layer, you can tweak a Docker file and get it fixed on your own. But if it is the issue at the base OS layer, you have to download the latest version from that family and then use it. Yeah, scan it and use it.
And one more doubt, is there any process like we need to scan for a week or 2 weeks once? Is there any process we are following in the market, like to securing the container security? Is there any baseline for this one apart from the hardening kind of stuff? Like
So this is a continuous process, right? So you have to have some kind of strategy to mitigate this. So I gave an example already, right? Today you identify a Docker image, you scan it, you certify that everything is fine, and then people start using it. After 2 weeks time, suddenly that library or the base OS goes bad and it is vulnerable, right? In such case, you have to have the process. You have to assume that this is going to happen, if not now, sometime later. So the process should basically take care of it. Identify the layer that is gone bad. Identify the base OS that is gone bad, and you follow that whole circle. We already talked about. If it is a library layer, you go and patch yourself and keep the secure version in the compliant folder and remove the non-compliant image. If it is at the base OS layer, download the latest version, scan it. If it is all right, use it. It could be that the latest version is also vulnerable. In such case, just remove that library. Advise the development teams to move to other version. So it's very easy for me to recommend, development teams, hey, move to, because this is vulnerable, all the versions of this OS are vulnerable, move to another OS. It's very easy for me, just few words, one sentence, but it's very difficult for development teams because there are a lot of dependencies. So changing a base Docker image or a, base, OS layer in the Docker is very tough decision, because a lot of things are dependent, and if you change something, tomorrow it's going to break. And and normally if they have time, probably they may comply with your request and they may switch, but usually they do not have time for this because they are not looking at securing their container. They are paid for implementing business features, right? So their focus is on that and not on fixing vulnerabilities in the container. So you have to try different ways to motivate them to fix the container issues as well.
Mohan, I have a query. What vulnerabilities we can expect in container security, and how it is differ to SCA?
Good question. So what I've seen so far, what is a container at the end of the day? In general, we are mostly talking about Linux flavors, right? And what are we talking about Linux OS, base OS or Linux OS layers? We are talking about some or the other open source library, isn't it? So in that case, the vulnerabilities reported are usually similar. That's why I said I've put level 2, both the tracks together, because the vulnerabilities are similar in both the cases, right? Because they are coming from open source components which are being used either by your application in the SCA case or by your Docker container in your container case, right? So the vulnerabilities could be anything, that can come from, open source libraries. It could be from some of the base OS utilities like glib or your, SSL, or it could be anything, like your normal libraries like base, minimum mandatory libraries that you require to run a very smallest of small Linux flavor, So those libraries also, like I have seen issues reported in Perl. I have seen issues reported in glibc. I have seen issues reported in in some of the executables in the /bin folder, right? So these are some of the basic utilities, but when they are vulnerable, right? We have to either review it and remove it if they are not required, or you have to change the OS itself, or you move to the later version which has a fixed version. So most of the times what I've seen is developers, they just blindly take the library, take the container, Docker image, put their application, and then just deploy that container image. Okay, so they don't. Only when you scan that container and then you identify issues, you show them the list of issues. Then you see that, hey, these are some of the things that are vulnerable, and then they start telling you, hey, I don't use this, I don't need it, and then you have to work with them to remove those libraries, to remove those OS layers. So this is a very usual scenario in the container security domain, right? So so normally this is what happens, and the vulnerabilities are similar to SCA vulnerabilities, because at the end of the day we are talking about Linux, and which is open source, which uses open source components and libraries. So vulnerabilities are quite similar in both the tracks. Yeah, but there are certain vulnerabilities. Okay, if you remember the attack surface slide, right? So you have application and container, and then there is a container orchestration platform like Kubernetes, right? So sometimes the vulnerabilities are reported at the platform level, at Kubernetes level, and that is the most dangerous thing, because every workload, right, that every container you are running is on that Kubernetes, and if that version of that platform is vulnerable, your entire organization is kind of vulnerable. I mean, anything that you put on that AKS or any Kubernetes platform, right? So such vulnerabilities are also sometimes reported by these tools. Yeah, so that's part of the infrastructure vulnerabilities. Then these tools are capable of doing some compliance scans, right? So you have these CIS, Cloud Infrastructure Security Alliance or something. I forget the long form of CIS, but CIS has this compliance list for all these.
Computer Internet Security.
Sorry, come again?
It's Computer Internet Security.
Oh, is it? Okay, okay. I forgot it. I forget it. I forgot it. Sorry. So, so the point is, these tools have these compliance checks also. That means if you configure to run a compliance check on your infrastructure, they can scan and then they can give you a report saying that, okay, this is the CIS compliance checklist, and it has failed in these, succeeded in these, and then they give you a report. You can take that with your SRE teams, or ops teams, and they can actually help you, look at it and fix all those where it is failed. So yeah, so container security tools are quite useful, not just at Docker level, Docker image level, container level, as well as orchestration platform level, like Kubernetes. Yeah, any further questions? Okay, we'll move to the next. Yeah, so next level is level 3, and the tracks are API security and secrets management. A very upcoming area and a very relevant. Some of you would be already working on this. Rest of you would eventually, if not today, at some later point in time, you will have to work in this, because as I see, more and more development teams are switching to API-based development. There's a lot of flexibility. There's a lot of return on investment. There's a lot of effective way of managing the whole, business features, development of, development ecosystem, as well as managing the infrastructure. All these things. APIs are API/microservices. This is the way to go going forward, and I see eventually we all would be moving in that direction. So that's why I put, this is a most latest track, I would say, in the DevSecOps. API security is an important area. So before you consider API security, you need to consider API gateway, or API management gateway, whatever you call. So API security works in a very close relationship with the API gateways. Okay, so you have to have a good understanding of how API work, how API gateways work, and then you have to embed your API security tool in the APIs, in the API ecosystem. So API security tools, what do they take as input? So what I've seen is there are major two categories of API security tools. One which work like a WAF, like a firewall, API firewall, which basically their main focus is on the dynamic front. That means any request coming from outside world, it will basically analyze it and prevent it at that level, just like a firewall, but dedicated for APIs, right? And then there is another category of API security tools which come from the other side, from the development side, where they target the developments, improving the developers, improving the way they think, improving the whole process around the API development, right? So these are the two what I've seen major categories, and both are complementary to each other. It's not that one is good, other is bad. Both are required. You need to have this dynamic check, like a firewall, analyzing the request coming from external world. At the same time, you have to ensure that developers are developing the APIs and they're honoring the contract that is established through a Swagger file, right? So they say, okay, this is the Swagger file, these are the APIs, this is my product, and these are my whatever X set of APIs within it. And then each API basically says, okay, I take this and I give you this, So if there is no, although they say, okay, I take 2 integers and give, say, 1 string, for example. Now, if the moment they are putting that API specification there, it's a contract, right? So someone is going to call that and try to fulfill that contract, right? And your job is at the back end, take that API specification, implement some validation, just like any other data input validation, and then only you start processing at the back end, right? If you're not doing it, if you're missing that validation space, then you are not honoring the contract. That means if someone tries to abuse, while calling the API, they are going to exploit your backend implementation, right? Just like any other normal web application exploitation, right? Apart from that, there are other API-related challenges. I mean, it's a topic in itself. I won't go into the detail. But if you just follow some of the newsletters, some of the blogs of popular, very good API experts, you would come to know that the challenges are observed, or the breaches have been observed not just by the startup companies, observed at even the established companies like Twitter, the Facebook, even Microsoft, So APIs, if they are not implemented correctly, it is very easy to, go and develop insecure API. Okay. So if again, I would, recommend you guys to go and look at the Owasp top 10 API top 10. That 2019, last year it was released, so you can have a look at it. It gives very good explanation about each of those issues, how you can securely implement it, how you can identify issues in it, and what are the cheat sheets and so on, right? So coming back, so these API security tools, they take API Swagger as the input. And of course, the output is the vulnerabilities reported in API layers, right? Or it could be vulnerabilities reported in the gateway layer. Okay, so both are possible, and there are different mitigations like data validation, authorization check, API keys, changing the API whatever secrets. So there are a lot of options, in fact. So these security tools, they give you not only identify vulnerability, explain what it is, but they also give how to fix it. And sometimes they have capability to fix it automatically as well. So that's how these API security tools work. So I recently looked at Salt as one of the API security vendor, then 42 Crunch, 42crunch, 42 crunch. Both I found really very good API security tools. There was one more, I think, 4 or format. Yeah, something starting from F. That is also one of the good security tools, API security tools. There could be more, as well as there could be open source counterparts as well. What I named all are commercial tools. You can always identify, by reading, by exploring further, if there are any open source components, and give it a try for those. Triage, whether triage is required, yes, sometimes it is required, because the tool, API security tool, may not see the controls that are in place in your production environment, just like your Dust, right? So Dust tests are run in a non-prod environment, right? In a staging or UAT environment, where you may not have a hardened environment. And if you're going to scan it there, obviously you will find some configuration issues. Similar to that, API security issues may have sometimes false positives. So you need to look at the result and analyze for yourself. Where do you integrate these API security tools? You can integrate at API gateway level, as I said. And I think most of these tools have pipeline scanning option as well. That means while you're developing, just like your normal web application scanning through SAST, you can actually scan these APIs as well. So yeah, the challenge in this domain is that unfortunately the API development ecosystem is really weak. Just because APIs are good and there is a there is a mad rush towards it, very few people actually realize and understand the best or secure way of API development. Okay, so most of the time what we have observed is that developers look at some tutorial, some random tutorial in the internet, and it gives very basic way of how to do a hello world through API, and they just take that and then expand their business feature based on that. That is not the right way to do it. So a company, an organization should have a very good strategy towards API development. They should engage the right set of training, because as I said in the beginning, with APIs you can go wrong very easily and very quickly. If you're not careful enough, you can actually giving the whole backend data in one single API call. I have seen it happening. If you just follow some of the 42 crunch webinars, you will actually see that. I have also seen, I can quote some of the examples that I have read. So there's one telecom company in Europe. What they did was, they were actually having API-based development, and in the query string, just like in application, in the query string, they were passing the mobile number of that person or the customer, and then it was retrieving the bill and other usage data in the response, in the API response. So that's like a complete data privacy invasion, right? And what you need to do is just change a number. The moment you change a number from one to another, you actually get that person's entire call, where he or she has called, where he or she resides, what is the amount of bill, and all that data, which is completely private, and in Europe, we all know, right, the GDPR is quite stringent, and the telecom provider actually was fined quite heavily, because of that. So see, with all this 10-15 years of AppSec, we have enough maturity where we know that, hey, we shouldn't be sending query parameters like that, because it can get manipulated. right? But still people do that mistake, right? Even the large organizations, because this is not a small telecom player, it is a very big telecom player which did this, and then there are many cases, just like that. So in cases where excess data was actually put in the response, so you ask for one record and the API response dumps everything that is there in the database. Many a times, we have seen that in the public domain. If you just read API-based breaches, you can actually get all that information. So the point again I'm stressing here is, in APIs, it's very easy to go wrong. It is very easy to develop insecure APIs. So we need to think over, review, do multiple rounds of review, and then only deploy APIs in the production. Yeah, so as I said, API security tools fall in two major buckets or major categories. One is coming from the dynamic route, like a firewall, API firewall. Another is coming from the developer side. My advice in such cases is basically to shift left and then proceed. So yes, in the long run, that is the best route. So if your developers are aware that these are the challenges in the Swagger, these are the challenges with API contract, enforcement, and the hygiene around APIs. If they are aware of Owasp API top 10, then they end up developing better secure APIs in the long run. If you're going to protect every time with a firewall, the development team is not going to learn anything, so it's always good to shift left, take the developers as your center point, educate them, train them, and then go develop your APIs. Yeah, we'll move to the next, secrets management, very important area. Some of you would be already working in this. Yeah. So when we talk about secrets, what is a secret? So it can be API key, it can be a service principal, it can be password, it can be certificate, it can be anything sensitive which can be used to, which can be used to secure something which is important for the organization. It can be a resource, it can be a trade secret, it can be an IP, or it can be customer data, right? So anything, or it can be employees' personal details, right? So all these can be secured through all those different secrets, and it is important to understand the gravity of these secrets, understand the regulation, where you're deploying your product, right? It could be Europe, it could be US, it could be India, it could be other Asian countries. So you need to understand what is the local regulation around it, and then design your strategy around managing the secrets. But in any way, you should have a secret management tool in place and actively being used in a more effective manner. So when you have secrets management, what is the output? So obviously a securely managed either static secret or dynamic secret. What do I mean by static and dynamic secret? Does anyone know about this? What is static secret? What is a dynamic secret?
Static secret should be normally like passwords, JDBC connections, strings, or something
Correct.
like that, and API keys and all. And
Correct.
whereas dynamic, we can say if any of the data populated while performing the while deployment or something like that, we can take it as dynamic.
Yes, that's right. So static, as you rightly mentioned, anything that remains static, that doesn't change, based on time. Of course, based on some policy, maybe after every 3 months, you're changing the password. That's again a static, that falls in static category. Yes, because of policy, you have to change it. But if there is no policy, you're not going to change that static password, right? So that's a static secret. The dynamic secret is, as you rightly said, something that changes. As the name suggests, it is dynamic. That means, say, if I want to make some change in the production, in the cloud environment, I actually log into this secret management tool, and then secret management tool creates a temporary service principal, which has validity of using only once. So you use it for do your operation, whatever you want to do, any infrastructure deployment or making any changes in the configuration, and then once you log out, that service principal is no more valid, right? So that's basically dynamic. That means it is created on the fly, it serves a purpose, and then it gets destroyed, right?
So it's kind of PAM, we can say that, privilege access management, where we are allocating everything dynamically and as per requirement.
Correct. Yeah. Privilege access management or PAM based deployments are one of the examples of yes, dynamic secrets. That's right.
Yeah.
A triage doesn't apply here. Because it's completely different set of tool. Where these secret management tools can be integrated, yes, in CI/CD pipeline, when you are developing and using infrastructure as a code like Terraform, Ansible, and things like that, as well as application and APIs. So you give an example rightly, the database, right? So when you start a server, application server, you need to first use these credentials to access a database and open the connection pool, right? So, and then your your business users can actually use your application. Most of the times what we see is these .properties file, XML files or text files has these database URL, then credentials, and those are text files, right? They cannot prevent anything. And even if you encrypt it, you need to have additional headache of managing those keys, right? The encryption keys. And not just that, you have to retrieve it, decrypt it, and again ensure that the key is safe, So to save from all these challenges, secret management tools actually come to our help. So you can, there are APIs exposed by these secret management tools which you can call it, and through that API, it probably gets it actually logs into the database and gives you the connection pool or connection string object, and then your application can continue. So you don't directly log in, but a secret management tool actually logs in for you, and so you don't have to manage that secret part. So only once you load that secret, you can forget about worrying about that secret. So these are some of the integration points in which secret management tools can be used. I have a couple of recommendations. I won't say recommendation, but I've seen in industry, is the CyberArk and HashiCorp Vault. So these are two tools which are really, I would say, HashiCorp Vault I found much better compared to CyberArk in terms of secret management. Of course, CyberArk has its own, area in which it is strong, but in terms of secret management, especially dynamic secrets management in the infrastructure as a code, API-based development, HashiCorp Vault I found is one of the best tools. Challenge, yeah. So what I've seen in the day-to-day life is when we talk to development teams, saying that, hey, you should not hard code any secrets in your pipelines, right? And next day we see the same developer is actually just adding these hard-coded whatever credentials into the scripting, whatever pipeline scripts, and then using it for whatever the pipeline is intended to do. Okay. Now, if you look at any of these security tools which I mentioned, right, all of these tools have their own secret store locally. Okay. As well as orchestration tools like Bamboo, Jenkins, they also have environment variables where they can take these secrets. Okay. They can take these certificates as input value. They won't show it to anyone. They don't allow it to be logged also. Okay. But you can always work around and retrieve the value, by the way. So the tip here is, do not rely on these shortcuts, shortcuts like environment variable, storing secrets, certificates in an environment variable, storing secrets environment, secrets and these, whatever sensitive data in local storages, right? Like I think Aquasec has, Nexus Lifecycle has, then I think, there are a lot of other tools who claim that, hey, you can store the secrets here, but these are these are tools, technologies not specialized in managing the secrets in a secure manner, right? So that they just give a feature for the sake of it, because they can tick the box saying that, hey, if the question is, hey, do you allow secrets storage in a secure manner? They say yes. And the feature that they support is a very amateur kind of feature, So that's why my recommendation is never store it locally in any of the tools. Never store it in any of the build environment variables, build pipeline environment variables like Jenkins, Bamboo, etc. Always use secret management tools, for the managing the secrets in a secure manner. Yeah, that's what the tip was. Two-level local secret managements are relatively very poorly implemented. Do not use it. So that's the message actually. Yeah, is there any question from the previous slide and this slide, API security and secrets management?
I have one.
Yeah.
For API security, let's say if the organization is using a lot of APIs, but they are not
Right.
exposed physically, right? They may be used internally in the organization, right?
Right.
So does it
Right.
make sense to have an API gateway in that case?
Yes. So see, it's always good to use API gateway, right? Because I get your point, and I have known some companies where they have only internal APIs, right? They are not exposing it outside, but still, at the end of the day, there would be some endpoint which would be exposed, okay, indirectly probably. The APIs would get consumed internally, but some layer would be actually calling this API and then exposing, something to the internet, So in such cases, having a gateway would actually give us a lot of visibility, right? So if there is no gateway, what are the possible challenges? Normally we all know, right? APIs evolve over a period of time, right? So API version 1 and then the version 2, version 3, version 4. And then as we progress further, maybe we are in version 4 and they have been deployed and we have well documented policy that hey, n-2, that means if the version is 4, we can support in version 3, version 2 only, and not anything below it. But in reality, if you don't have the gateways, you will find many a times version 0, version 1, version 2, version 5, something which is still in development, that is also get exposed, So the gateways actually give you a better way of working with APIs. They actually have capability to discover some APIs which are not officially exposed, okay? So they have their ways and means to discover these APIs which are non-documented, which are either deprecated but still they are available, something which are non-documented but still available. I have seen this regularly. In fact, it so happened that one of the security tools actually exposed API like that, and they said, hey, we are working on a feature, it doesn't get called, but if I tell you how to call it, you can actually do it now. And he showed me. So just we have to change the URL, and we were able to see that new feature that they were trying out. So it's already in production, imagine, right? But it is not documented. So such things, if you have a gateway, you can identify very easily. And see, undocumented APIs are very dangerous, right? Because developers have that assumption that, hey, API is not exposed, but in reality, it is actually exposed. People who are smart enough, or hackers who are smart enough, who will actually just try everything that is possible, and it's very easy to try, right? Instead of version 3, I'll just add version 4, version 5, version 6, and call the same API. If it is undocumented and still exposed, you are going to get a lot of data exposed through such routes. So API gateway is definitely a recommendation, even though your APIs are being consumed internally.
Okay. Another follow-up question on that. What other, apart from the discovery feature that API gateway offers, what are the other key elements which enables the which enhances the security in case of an API gateway?
In general, if I have to talk about API gateway and their security, so there are a lot of, right? You can actually monetize. If you are exposing an API for commercial reasons, and then you're saying that, okay, I have these gold partner, silver partner, bronze partner, right? And then gold partner can call this API 1,000 times per minute or per hour, right? But the gold and the silver and bronze can call probably 500 and only 100, right, respectively. So these things are possible at gateway level. So you can club these APIs, create a new product out of it, and then configure a policy saying that, okay, for this X customer who is part of whatever gold category, silver category, bronze category, and for each category, this is the maximum rate allowed. Okay, and if there is a platinum rate, any number of API calls are allowed. Something like that. So these policies are very well can be configured in APIs. In terms of security, you can always generate API keys, right? Suppose if you think someone is actually trying to play around with you, or they are misusing your APIs, right? And you are actually at a disadvantage of losing money out of this. In such case, the best tool that you can do is you just invalidate the API key and you replace it with a new key. The people who are exploiting it would not have the new key, and you can actually control your losses basically. As well as there are security features like throttling or rate limiting. So in case of any denial of service or distributed denial of service, you can actually prevent that using these measures. Of course, API gateways are not specialized to do handle this denial of service. They need to be always behind a WAF or a DDoS protection solution. But yeah, at a API level, you can actually prevent to a certain extent, these misuse of APIs. Yeah, any other question? I'll take probably one more, and if not, we can move to the next.
So, okay, related to the same API, we can use tokenization, because nowadays I'm getting like extra security feature they're enabling for the API is they're using token for extra authentication.
Correct,
so is
correct.
that fine?
Yes, definitely. So see, these tokens are primarily used, what I've seen is in terms of authorization basically, so these are, it could be dynamic tokens, or it could be static tokens. based on the the implementation requirement. But yes, tokens are a popular way of managing the secure usage of APIs. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Just
Yep.
one last query.
Sure.
Now there is a I have a API which I'm exposing publicly to, let's say, my branches, right? So or my franchisees, right, on which they have built their services, right? We are using a
Right.
certificate authentication, right, to authenticate.
Right.
In that case, do I still need so API gateway will be of help, right, in this case?
Sorry, come again. I didn't get.
The question is, I have an API. I have built an API.
Okay.
Now I
Yeah.
have a lot of franchisees, right? Each
You have
franchisee can.
one.
I have so I have a lot of franchisees, right? So the
Okay.
people have set up their own shops on the basis
Right.
of the API, and
Got
they're
it.
delivering services around that, right? Now
Yeah.
in this scenario, the you mentioned about the that we can have a API invalidation, right?
Correct.
Or if
Correct.
I have an API gateway, how in this scenario will I manage? Let's say if I have 10 different or 10 or 20 different franchisees, and each of them had a unique certificate based authentication. How will API gateway enable me in that?
Yeah, API gateways do have support for tracking certificates. Okay, so once you issue certificates-based authentication or API keys, it's basically one or the other way of managing the same. So the gateways actually can always check for these, and only if either that certificate-based authentication is complete or this API key is correct for the given user, then only it will allow the request to go into the backend. Otherwise, it can either send an error message or drop that request at the gateway layer itself.
Hi Mohan, this is Varun. Just to clear the uses of API gateway, what I understood with API gateway is API gateway is generally used when you have n number of different APIs being developed internally in your organization and you want to publicly expose it. So it is not like one API and different clients. No, I think the better uses of API gateway is n number of different APIs and n number of different clients. So API gateway come into picture in that way. And API gateway has also give you the functionality of authentication. So as Angad was mentioning that certificate-based authentication, yes, that certificate-based authentication can be one way at API gateway level that you can authenticate the request which is coming from different clients, and then you can invalidate or validate that request at the API gateway level to go inside and access your APIs at the backend server. And again, as you mentioned, the rate limiting and the statistics depending on the money, how we are receiving, and the gold level or the diamond and the pearl level. So that is also uses of API gateway.
Correct, correct. Yeah, so there are different models that are possible under the umbrella of API management. So some use for completely internal usage. Some use it for commercial, externally exposed APIs. In some cases, we have only internal user developers actually developing. In some cases, we have I know where external developers are actually allowed to host their APIs inside our internal API gateway. So all these different possibilities are there. So when I say API gateway, it's not API gateway alone. So they have a developer portal, they have a management policy portal, and then the API gateway. So all these three components basically form one API gateway, and each of these has its own different role to play in the API ecosystem. Okay, I think we can move on to the next track. Okay, so the next track is very simple. I think someone had asked the question on bug bounty. Here it is. So this is the last level so far as I understand. And the two tracks under here are dashboard and metrics management and the bug bounty, right? Okay. So see, we talked about different application security tools, right? And different DevSecOps tracks. Imagine one developer is looking at he's using or she is using all these different tools. Now, what is going to happen? Now, imagine he or she has scanned the code using SaaS tool. She has to log into the SaaS dashboard. She has scanned through SCA, software composition analysis, to look at the vulnerabilities in the components. She has to log into SCA dashboard. Similarly for the container security dashboard. Similarly for DAST. Similarly for API security gateway dashboard, and so on. So all these different tools would have their own respective dashboards, right? Now, if you're expecting a developer to develop business features or go into all these different dashboards and look at the results, so over a period of time, it is going to create that distance between the the developer who should use these tools by referring to different dashboards, and then the one which wants to use but doesn't have time, so that distance is going to create eventually. And that is the reason these dashboards and metric management track is going to help. So what do we do here? We basically take the input which is a set of security vulnerabilities, patch information, etc., and then the output is a single pane of glass for our stakeholders. Okay, so what do I mean by that? That means I take so I have this central dashboard where I actually pull in, I connect to SaaS dashboard, pull the results, put it in my single pane of glass. Similarly, I go to each tool, pull the results and put it in one single place. So the developer, once he or she runs the scan, they can just look at only one place instead of 6-7 different places, right? Now, we're talking about DevSecOps, right? Which means there is a development, there is operation team in one team, as well as, of course, security through this automation. Now, in such scenario, we cannot just say, okay, these are the application level vulnerabilities, and okay, now you are aware of it, go ahead, fix it. But are you doing your job completely? I would say no. The reason being, when we are a DevSecOps, that means Dev and Ops is still there. You just cannot talk about application layer and say, or wash your hands off, right? So you have to look at the entire stack because you own it, because you are owning that operation part as well, right? So in such a case, if it is application layer, yes, source code you need to worry about. If it is open source libraries that you're using, you have to worry about. If it's a if it's a container, it's a OS, right? The different layers in container, the base OS, you have to worry about. Do you have to worry about the container orchestration platform where everything gets hosted within your organization? Yes, you have to worry about it, right? So the point is, any component, imagine you may have a VM-based server in one of the layers, of your deployment architecture. Now that OS needs a patch, right? Because some vulnerability has been discovered. Now I am part of Ops as well, or my team is responsible for Ops as well, because there is no dedicated team which I call and they can patch my server there, right? It's my duty at the end of the day, because my team is responsible for both Dev and Ops. So if I'm able to pull that patch information and put it in my single pane of glass and tell that, hey, application level vulnerabilities are these, Docker OS level vulnerabilities are these, at VM OS level, these are my vulnerabilities. Or there are other components in the VM level which needs patching. And these days there are advisories that you can get it by subscription. So you can pull all this and give one single pane of glass, and then it is left to the development team to look at each of those different layers, identify what needs to be prioritized and fix those, right? So that's basically this track is all about. dashboard and metrics management. So once you create this, pull all the vulnerability data, patch information data, and then you're putting it in a, in a dashboard form. The next part is, of course, logically, what are my metrics that I can generate from this, and how do I use it, So I can say, okay, I'm pulling in my pen test data also, right? I'm pulling all the automated scan data also, and then I analyze, okay, for this application, for last 10 releases, these are the categories of vulnerabilities that it has found, through various means, from pen test, manual pen test, DAST, automated DAST, that is automated SAST, SCA, container security scanning, etc. And then once you start going little closer to the data, you will start realizing that, hey, there are some patterns here, maybe, because the team was new, there were a lot of vulnerabilities in the beginning, but eventually, once they started getting this feedback early in their whole life cycle, the trend started going down as we go on the right side, So that is some indication that, okay, development team's awareness or security maturity has started increasing, So that is the kind of insight that we get from the trends, when we look at these dashboards, where metrics are put it in an appropriate manner. So now the triage is required in some cases, in the dashboard track. The reason being, because we are talking about vulnerabilities reported by various other tools, right? I mentioned some time ago about one tool represents their vulnerabilities as threat level 10, 9, 8, 7, so on, right? Threat level 10 is like super critical, right? But if I look at SaaS tool like 45, it has critical, high, medium, low, right? Now, if I have to collate all this into one single pane of glass, I have to have a common denominator, right? Saying that, hey, in my organization, we always refer any vulnerability as P1, P2, P3, P4. P1 is like priority 1, then priority 2, 3, 4, like that. So P1 is like super critical. That has to be fixed within a day, or within whatever, 24 hours. Then P2, probably it can take maybe 3 days, 3 to 5 days, and P3 maybe 7 days or 10 days, and P4 maybe 1 month or maybe 2 months, So something like that. So these tools have different ways of expressing their severities. My organization has its own policy to represent these vulnerability severities. I have to map it, okay? And that's where these triages come in certain cases, right? So my, say for example, Nexus Lifecycle, software composition analysis says vulnerability 8. Now what does that translate in my organizational vulnerability? Is it P3 or P2? So that kind of triage needs to go, but it's a one-time triage or a very rare triage, I would say. Once it is configured in the dashboard, then your life is easy. I mean, everything, whatever you configure per tool, it will get translated accordingly, and then you can, I mean, there's no confusion then for any of the stakeholders to read the result. Integration, yes. So integration is primarily based on how you're going to pull these data, from vulnerabilities, from patch information. See, we saw that, right? All these different tools have integration point in the pipeline level. That means when the code runs through a pipeline run, you actually finish the scan, you get the result, and then there can be two routes, one going to that tool's dashboard, another going to your single pane of glass, right? So you can call either push, that means you call an API or a webhook and then push the result to that tool, or that single pane of glass dashboard, and then of course the normal routine is to send it to the respective. So suppose if it's 45 scan, that will send it to the 45 SSC server, which is its dashboard. Similarly, Aquasec scan would, scan it and then send it to Aquasec server and so on, right? So the point is, CI/CD pipeline is an integration tool where you can use the push mechanism. That means my scan is done. Now I'm pushing the results to the single pane of glass or to the single dashboard or integrated dashboard. So that's the push. Now there are some tools where they work at a repository level, like Nexus lifecycle scan or Aquasec scan. Now, in certain cases, because they do these repository level scans, you can actually do pull. That means you can configure at a dashboard level some set of rules. If the tool is actually exposing APIs, you can call the APIs and pull the result from there. So it depends, how you want to generate the input for your single pane of glass dashboard. Either it could be pull from the pipeline or push from the pipeline or pull from these tool dashboards, right? Now, the tips can be, you focus on the severity of vulnerabilities in a phased manner. That means, obviously, when you collect the results, for each application there could be 300, 400, 500 results, right, vulnerabilities. Now should you look at everything and then get a headache that, hey, how do I fix it? I have 700 vulnerabilities to fix it, right? So that's where the tip is. Basically you focus on on a high level vulnerability first, that is consider only super critical, right, and then critical, and then high, medium, low. That means you give some time, say that, okay, I'm launching this strategy, and for next 4 months, for all the applications, I'm going to look at only supercritical issues, right? If you guys have supercritical issues, you have to fix it. Otherwise, you cannot go to production. So that kind of policy you can come up with. You can get the buy-in from the senior management and enforce this, because this is the only way in which you can allow time to development teams to understand, prioritize, and fix those issues. You yourself as a security team, you get some breathing time instead of focusing on all 700 issues for every other application that you're scanning. You would get some breathing time if you focus on only a subset like supercritical issues or critical issues, right? So in that case, your workload would be lesser, and because you're talking about risk-based approach, you're actually doing it in a better manner, right? So once you think that, okay, all the supercritical issues are fixed, for example, cross-site scripting, SQL injection, things like that, then you move down to critical issues, right? And then, once you give, say, 4 months, 6 months for critical issues, then you go down to high, and then say, okay, now you target all the high issues. You take 4 months or 6 months, from now on. So you do this whole, in phase vulnerability management. Then you are actually working in an empathetic manner, because developers are not there only to fix the issues. They are there and they are paid for developing business features, right? So you have to be a little empathetic towards the management, which is actually trying to make some business, right? Trying to create some business value, give to their customers. So they do appreciate security vulnerabilities need to be fixed, but they cannot fix only security issues in a given sprint or given set of sprints, right? So in a sprint, they probably can dedicate 70% of time on business feature development or enhancement, and maybe 30% on the security vulnerability remediation. So you have to convince them in a manner in which they understand. You also have to understand that security vulnerabilities are important to be fixed, but business has to go on as well. So yeah, you have to do a trade-off and then deal with that. Include this in the regular senior management meeting agenda. When I say include, I mean the metrics. So if you share these metrics, in the senior management, they are the ones who can actually follow up at the other seniors in that meeting, right? And they in turn will send a message from top to the bottom layer, that is the development teams. So metrics, meaningful metrics, I'm saying, not just any junk metric. So meaningful metrics, you share it with senior management and use it for improvising, overall security posture. And yeah, so when I say meaning, I meant the relevant, so metrics must be relevant and it should be always relevant. That means I gave an example of onboarding metrics, right? So imagine you have 20 application teams in the company, and you started creating new onboarding metric, right? And now slowly after 6 months, all the 20 are onboarded. Then the onboarding metrics has to go. You have to stop creating any new metric because it has served its purpose, right? So any metric that you design and develop and track has to be relevant, and it should be relevant always. The moment it is not relevant, you should not be wasting time on tracking such metrics. Yeah. What happened? Okay, yeah. Then the last track under DevSecOps is bug bounty. Yeah, so the question was very, very appropriate. Okay, why do we need bug bounty in an organization? I'm not talking about from the researcher's perspective or people who actually work as hackers in such platforms. I'm talking from the organization perspective. So if I'm running a security program within an organization, why do I need bug bounty? Can anyone answer that? You can be wrong. That's okay. We are not here.
Mohan, this is Rajat. I asked you the question about it, right? The general answer I've received from people is that aside from the cost aspects of it, right, of paying for outsourced pen testing, you're actually getting people that, very closely mirror the hackers that'll attack your organization from the outside, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yes. So there's another reason as well, Roger. So normally if you see, pen testers, right, we always say, hey, why do we need pen testing? Because our automated tools have limitation, right? So they cannot go and match the capability of manual pen testing, right? And that's why we pay a good premium to these pen testing vendors or pen testers. So they come, they understand the scope, then they do the pen testing, and then they share the result, do the triage, do the retesting, and then they go, right? Now the point here is if you are actually engaging them only for when you need it, right? That means if the scope is say, for example, say 10 web pages, for example, and then this the estimate says, okay, we may need 4 business days, right? So they come for 4 days, they finish the testing, and then they go back, right? So within the 4 days, they have to do scoping, testing, retesting, reporting, everything, So they have a limited time, and how many people are working on that? Maybe 1 or 2, right? So there's a limitation of time, there's a limitation of number of people, there's a limitation of giving that quality within that short period of time, right? All these different constraints are there. So if the researcher or the pen tester is good, he or she would basically give good justice. But are we convinced that after the pen testing is done, there are no vulnerabilities? I don't think many would say yes, right? So that's where the bug bounty actually comes in picture, right? So the bug bounty platforms actually allow the private programs, I mean, not the public programs. So in bug bounty, they have private and public programs. That means I can be an organization who is onboarding my application and say, oh, it's open to public. I'm ready to pay whatever X amount, based on critical. Y amount for high, and Z amount for medium and low, something like that. And then I give it open. Obviously, I should have a good amount of fund that is allocated for this. But if I want to go, on my crown jewels, I want to probably engage bug bounty platforms in a private program. So whereby the engagement or scoping activity would actually understand what is the type of application. It's a web, mobile, APIs, or IoT, or whatever. What are the technologies involved? They understand basically in and out of the design, and then they identify the skill level of their researchers, right? Because they know their researchers relatively more better than us, right? So then they come up with, say, 40, 50 different researchers, and then they are given, say, 2 weeks time or 4 weeks time based on how you have configured your private program, right? So imagine these 40 researchers working for 2 weeks or 4 weeks on one application, and compared to that your pen testing engagement, which is for 4 days, one pen tester or two pen tester, right? So the quality of results would definitely be much better in the bug bounty. So the bug bounty is a recent development in the AppSec, in the DevSecOps, but it's a growing area now, and many organizations have slowly moving towards this option, because pen testing is required by regulations, right? Regulatory authorities. Like in Singapore, there is MAS, and then of course every country or jurisdiction has their own regulatory requirements, where it says people who have developed shouldn't be pen testing it. So pen testing has to be done by someone else or third party. So pen testing would not go away. Pen testing will still be useful, but in the same breath, I would say bug bounty would also be relevant and would be useful, because at the end of the day, our aim is basically to put secure systems in the production, right? And find the vulnerabilities before hackers do it in the best possible manner, with given whatever limited resources we have, limited people we have, limited budget we have, right? So bug bounties, yes, are growing traction, and yeah, that's the norm, yeah, going forward that I see.
Hey, Mohan, this is Rajat. Can I ask you a question there?
Sure, please.
So are you suggesting that bug bounty is not mutually exclusive with scant pen testing? Is that what you're saying?
See, if bug bounty is accepted by the regulators, as a form of pen testing, I can say it is mutually exclusive then, right? You either do bug bounty or pen testing, because as I understand, the regulatory authorities probably need to be informed about this new developing culture, right? New way of working. So if they accept pen testing as third party, bug bounty as a third party,
third party objective pen test. Okay, I got it. Thank you. All right. Thank you for that answer. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. So yeah, then whether trial is required? Yes, sometimes it is required. Okay, because you may be doing these crown jewels in private program, but in a staging environment, just like your pen testing or dust, automated dust, right? So or there could be something that is not known or not in that environment, the security control, I mean, if that is the case, obviously the researcher would report, and you have to probably see whether it is really the case or not, right? So if the researcher is not aware of the security control, in the production environment, obviously, then he would report. We have to do the triage and convince that yes, give the evidence that yes, there is a security control for this, by which either there is no exploitation possible or only limited exploitation is possible. And then accordingly, basically your severity of that reported vulnerability can go down, and then the bounty also will be accordingly going down. Integration, yes, it's not like a usual CI pipeline or CD pipeline integration, because this is completely a separate isolated activity from DevSecOps, but still integrated in your whole ecosystem. Okay, so integration is possible through a regular interaction with the researchers, right? So if you are bringing in bug bounty through a private program in your organization, you can actually work with researchers as and when they find. You can have a protocol saying every 2 weeks, X member from front end team, Y member from back end team, one whatever security consultant representative, and then one researcher from the bug bounty private program. So this kind of protocol, once you set, it becomes a routine, and then the issues which are reported are definitely much better in quality compared to automated tools, compared to pen testers. So then developers definitely get convinced, if they are shown that yes, exploitation is possible and this is the way to exploit. Once you are able to show that, end to end, then there is a very good confidence that we can build with the development teams. Then the challenges, of course, sometimes if the researcher says, hey, this is a vulnerability, and we have this CVE, the exploitation that is possible, and again the CVE related challenge which is there in software composition analysis, in SAST, in the container security, the same challenge is over here also. If the researcher says this CVE, that CVE, unless you see the exploitation, developers is not going to believe, right? So you have to make an extra effort to convince, in such cases. So what are the tips? So descope all the low-hanging fruits. Now, since in the bug bounty is a very precious, right? So you want to preserve it only for something that none of your existing tools, none of your pen testers who can identify, right? So that's what I mean by low-hanging fruits. So if the automated tools can identify, why you would like to pay big amount to the bug bounty researchers, right? If your pen testers whom you're already paying with some premium, why you want to pay similar with bug bounty folks, where they get more time, they are more in number, right? So if you descope all the low-hanging fruits right at the engagement discussion. So choose your crown jewels within your organization, like supercritical business applications, and engage the bug bounty program through a private program, and then you start the activity. And normally you can check the result of the effective use of this option, right? If you think, and if it turns out that you have engaged this, the researchers are really good, but they are not able to find the vulnerabilities even after 4 weeks, which means you should pat yourself or your development team rather, that it's good, or it could be just mere luck, right? So sometimes at some later point in time, out of fluke, one researcher thinks that, okay, hey, maybe this should work, and then he is able to exploit it, just like that. So sometimes it takes result. Sometimes it takes time to see the result, but you need to be patient. So if you are able to come up with a good arrangement with the bug bounty platform vendor, that yes, subscription fee can be low, because normally, bug bounty platforms work in two ways, right? One, you have to pay the subscription fee, X amount, that is like every month or every year, X amount, and then any bounty, the bounty you need to pay for any vulnerability that researchers finds, right? Again, you set the rules like critical X amount and so on. So yeah, so if there are no no vulnerabilities reported, obviously you're saving on bounty, but you continue to pay on the subscription fee, for the platform subscription. So you need to balance that out, and maybe you can change your crown gel from X to Y, and then continue to engage the private program. So have that flexibility so that you can mix and match your applications and get better value through that bug bounty platform. Yeah. So any questions around this so far from dashboard metrics?
Yeah, Mohan, I have a query.
Hi, Mohan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So, I just want to ask, like, from a compliance perspective, suppose a data breach occurs with respect to this bug bounty program. So, who will be held liable for it, and how should a compliance officer handle it? Because suppose a security researcher found a SQL injection flaw, and he extracted all the data, right? And that resulted in a huge breach. And then how a compliance officer or a CISO of a company could justify bringing bug bounty, which is kind of not authorized, within a company, and starting up with a program which resulted in the breach. So how should a compliance officer handle that?
Wow, that's really a good question. So I recently, I know a friend of mine who had actually given a session in cybersecurity careers, how a bug bounty program can go bad, So that's exactly what you described, So a hacker may come through a researcher route and then identify a vulnerability, exploit it, and take the data away from you, And then how do you explain all the stakeholders, right? So bug bounty is a double-edged sword, right? So yes, normally you need to be careful when you engage bug bounty platforms, right? You have to evaluate how they vet the researchers, right? So normally the vetting process is a very key element or key, USP, you can say, unique selling proposition of these bug bounty platform vendors, because it distinguishes how how serious they are, right? So there are different ways in which they operate. One of the ways is KYC program, and then they don't allow anyone just like that to enter into the private program. So they look at your background, your profile, your progress, and they have a lot of other parameters, and they have some agencies working in the background, keeping track of the activities of that individual, right? And based on that, they have faith, or they sometimes even just remove the researcher from the platform. So I have seen that happening as well, right? And you're right, sometimes hacking happens.
So,
then,
Mohan, I was just referring to, what you're talking about is about the accreditation of the process and the credibility of an, security researcher. What I am talking about is, once a breach happens, maybe via a credible attacker, or maybe it may be by a bug cloud or either, standardized platforms, how should a compliance officer explain that to the stakeholders? How should he handle that? If such kind of thing happens, because there is no NDA between these things.
There is no what? NDA, you said?
Yes, yes. So if there is, how should that be explained? Who will take the blame for it, and how can the reputational damage be prevented in case of such breach?
Yeah. So I was coming to that point, So this vetting process, one of the items, in the bug bounty vendors requirements is the legal liability or legal responsibility of the actions of their researchers. Okay. So if a bug bounty researcher says, a bug bounty platform vendor says, we take full responsibility, full legal responsibility of any action that their researchers perform, then you are, you can get convinced, right? So that's one, it's not the ultimate solution, but it is one strong point that you can consider for evaluation. Now, as far as compliance is considered, how do you address this, or how do you, face the compliance with other folks? Currently, I don't know, because this is so upcoming area, and these are definitely very possible things what you described, and I know there is one or two such cases that happened. So, I don't have the right answer for this, but one defense in the whole explanation is the legal responsibility of the vendor. If the vendor is actually taking, he is writing, within your MSA or EULA that I take full responsibility of all the researchers that I employ in private program, that is one good defense for you which can satisfy the compliance scope.
I think Mohan, you are right. Like since when we are doing vendor assessment, during that we'll check cyber insurance, compliance, and everything. Whenever you are giving anything to the other vendor, and during the MSA and NDA, this is the process where we are checking all the things.
Right. Yeah. Any other query?
Yeah, Mohan, I have a query in researcher perspective. What would be the difference for a researcher whether the application is developed in DevSecOps way or Agile way? How the researcher can see the difference?
No, for researcher, it should be a black box, right? Researcher need not know how, what, etc. A researcher should be just given probably the app detail if it is a mobile app, URL if it is application, or endpoint specification if it's an API, right? So it doesn't matter because that's how researchers are basically proxying for hackers, right? If they're able to, but only thing is researchers are doing in an ethical manner, in a responsible way. They would disclose the vulnerabilities if they find, right? So whatever they actually identify, it's like a big plus for us. So we shouldn't be revealing details like, hey, these tools have been employed, these are the checks that are already performed, etc. That would be like gray box testing,
Yeah, Mohan. If we go in gray box testing kind of like in bug bounty, we have in some cases in private programs we give gray box testing as well. In that cases, any researcher can sense, oh, okay, this application has been developed on DevSecOps process kind of.
Yes, they can. Imagine if they are looking for low-hanging fruits and they are not able to find, right? So, which means that there is some kind of assessment that is happening, and these low-hanging fruits have been taken care. Which means that there's something that has gone in, in terms of either pen test or automated scanning tools or something else, so that they are not able to find these, right? So they normally these researchers are smart enough to realize that, and only they assume these would be the cases, and that's why I said in the tip that while we engage for private programs, we descope all the low-hanging fruits, because if you are able to find it through the pen testers, through the automated tools, we don't need to pay these guys, right?
One question.
Sure.
Do you expose your live production application in the bug bounty program, or you create a honeypot environment, probably with some dummy data, and you expose that in the bug bounty program?
Yeah, it depends on how much confidence you have in the bug bounty vendor as well as on your application, right? So if you're going to play cautious, you always give the staging environment app or staging environment application for their testing. But if you want to do something, like Daredevil, or you have full confidence that, or you know that it is better to test it in production rather than in lower environment, because you want to actually get a feel of what hackers will be able to, and because bug bounty bug bounty researcher would do it in a responsible way, you can take that risk. So, but it all depends on your risk appetite, your organization's risk appetite, and how much you are able to convince your stakeholders, right? Internal as well as external.
I just want to add one point here about. Nowadays, many bug bounty programs, you can see production environment itself. Like for example, any production environment which is available on internet basis for customers, they will keep that same scope on the bug bounty program itself for any disclosure, any vulnerability disclosure programs.
Right, right. That's true. That's true.
You haven't touched upon the threat, threat analysis at the so probably across the levels. So, do you suggest that should that be done?
Threat modeling, you mean?
Threat modeling, correct.
Yes, yes. I was just waiting somebody would ask question on that front. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to add it, but yeah. So threat modeling. Okay, I've been trying to get this through in multiple organizations where I've worked. Okay, multiple clients where I've worked. Although it is one of the best ways, I would say, to identify risk at early stage, inculcate the habit of thinking like a hacker at the design level, and then doing your requirement design accordingly, right? So this is the best, most cost-effective way, because you don't need investment. What you need is a whiteboard and a good pen. So however, there are what I've seen is, although everyone realizes this, right? Developers understand, architects understand, security consultant actually want to promote this, but still, when it comes to realistic implementation and rollout on a regular basis, somehow this doesn't hold its ground fully. I know very few organizations who are actually capable to, roll out in a successful way. The way they have done it is, through making mandatory. So if you want to release something, you have to show them the proof that you did a threat analysis or threat modeling, and then this was the output, and that's how the implementation was changed. Things like that, right? So by asking them or gating them, for threat models at a release level actually works wonders. But it requires commitment. It requires blessing from senior management, product owners, because most of the times they have a feel that because this is done at a whiteboard level, there are no tools, there are no pipelines. They don't have much faith in this whole process, although it is one of the most potent ways and effective and most cost-effective way to identify vulnerabilities. Yeah, I wanted to cover. Yes, I missed it. but just because of its efficacy, practical efficacy, it's conceptually it is one of the best principles to recommend. But in real world, unfortunately, I have not seen it being picked up. Although I would love to. I've given many sessions on threat modeling, but very rarely I see people pick it up on a day-to-day life or on a every sprint basis.
Another question: if any organization which is on moving from a traditional environment towards the DevSecOps or DevOps kind of environment, right? What would you recommend? What would be the strategy that they should take?
Strategy? I didn't get the question. Is for,
let's say for someone who is starting on the DevOps journey, right?
Okay.
And you want to start on the right foot of the security, right? So what would you recommend if you were to recommend in that scenario, that how can they go, how do they should go about their journey of adoption of
from the threat modeling perspective or in general DevSecOps perspective?
In general, DevSecOps perspective.
Yeah, so I keep getting this question, very important question, right? Because you understand from sessions like these and the stakeholders are interested, they want to do it, but they want to understand what is the best way to do it, right? So my only recommendation in such cases is take baby steps, but take it in a continuous manner. That is the mantra here, because see, when you're starting, obviously people will not give you the budget that you want, right? So you have to show them the value. So you can start with probably open source tools, show them some value, ensure that it shows up in the metrics. The metrics could be a reduced number of vulnerabilities in the pen test, reduced number of vulnerabilities in the automated scanning, although it can be open source tools based scanning, right? So these are the possible ways. So just consider you yourself are buying something, right? You go to the market, you want to get convinced that what is the value that I'm going to get, right? So businesses are thinking exactly the same. So you think from the business perspective and see how you can offer them the value, through whatever that you are doing. It could be one track or two track or four tracks, in the DevSecOps. So you start with something basic, maybe through static analysis, right? You may be using open source tool. In each of these tracks, by the way, there are open source tools, okay? The quality would differ. Sometimes the open source qualities are much better than the commercial tools, right? So I've told you that DAST actually is one of the biggest examples. So Owasp Zap is one of the good tools, and then I would always recommend Burp Suite. So the point here is you start somewhere and then start showing the value. So the key to this is consistency, right? You shouldn't do something now and then stop it and then ask money for something else later, right? So the key is to have consistency throughout this whole journey. And you start with very simple one track, mature it fully, gain the confidence of developers, show the metrics with a positive result, be persistent, in the whole track, mature it, show the value, and then ask for the budget. And normally I've seen if the managements are thinking right, they will never object for a budget. Of course, there will be constraints in giving the budget, but they will give, if not $100,000, probably they may give $20,000 or $10,000. So you start working with small budgets, and then there are options even at a fringe budget as well. So the key is start with small, be consistent, show the results, gain the confidence of SMT, senior management folks, and then ask for budget. And with that additional budget, you go for adding one more track, and then so on. So that journey is like a continuous process, right? So yeah, that's the advice I would give.
Do you have a slide which talks about the tools across the life cycle, the DevSecOps tools that can be used across the life cycle?
Yeah, so normally, that's a very difficult question because see, if I recommend something and tomorrow, some better tool comes, and then I would not be doing justice with the recommendation, right? But with some disclaimers, I can recommend few tools which I have seen, right? So for static analysis, there are good competing tools like 45 checkmarks, Veracode, White Source. These are good players in even I think this Coverity from Synopsys. These are very good tools, right? You do proof of concept first. You don't go by what I recommend or what Gartner or the other industry standard reports, right? So you go by your requirements, you analyze, you do a POC, and then continue. Then in terms of DAST, I told I would recommend ZAP and Burp Suite, both in fact, because both have some complementary features to each other. For software composition analysis, Nexus Lifecycle is the leading tool. I think I didn't get chance to look at Black Duck, but I was told that it is also good competing tool for Nexus Lifecycle. Sneak is there if you are using JavaScript based frameworks. That means if you're a startup and starting, you're working in latest technologies, right? So Sneak is one of the good options there. Then for container security, Aquasec, then Twistlock. These are two very good competing technologies. Then secrets management, you have, as I told, HashiCorp Vault would be my first preference. CyberArk with Conjure also has a good set of options there. Then, yeah, I think we covered all the tracks.
Mohan, you did not, use a lot of the emphasis was on web app development, right? You did not specifically address mobile, right? Which is slightly different, right? What tools would you recommend for mobile?
Okay, mobile is completely a different ball game. See, if you look at mobile, you have SAST is still applicable for mobile. Software composition analysis is still applicable for mobile. Mobile backend, Aquas, the container security is still applicable. So in mobile you have front end and back end, right? So for front end, I would recommend 45 and Nexus Lifecycle, SAST and software composition analysis. But for dynamic testing, if it is a mobile native application, then I don't know. It's a bit difficult, but one of my friends actually has developed this platform called MobSF. I don't know if you've heard of it. Or
yeah,
MobSF.
sure.
Yeah,
MobSF,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, MobSF. Yeah. So this is one of the good tools. Then there are a few frameworks which are good open source. You can definitely rely on those for static and dynamic analysis of front-end apps, the mobile apps, the native apps. Then, yeah, then what else? Yeah, so I don't know, but there are vendors like No Secure or Now Secure, who claim that they have a very good pen testing analysis, dynamic analysis of these mobile apps. I haven't analyzed them, but yeah, they are there. So one another track probably can be introduced at later point in time, with DevSecOps is the real-time application security or RASP. So I somehow more than interactive application security, I prefer RASP because that has a minimum invasive model. Yeah, so probably I haven't done any work on that, but yeah, I plan to do something maybe in later future. Signal Sciences, Trend Micro, they have some competing RASP technologies. So yeah, maybe next time sometime. Okay.
Any recommendation on pipeline automation tools?
For pipelines, yeah, see orchestration platforms, right? Jenkins, Bamboo. Among these two, I would always recommend Jenkins because in Jenkins, it has a very good feature about library-based development, which I think it may be there, but I haven't seen in Bamboo. So if you ask me a preference, I would always recommend Jenkins rather than Bamboo. Okay, so let me quickly go through these remaining slides. It's quite time. Yeah, good to have prerequisites, good and vibrant DevOps, because we're talking about DevSecOps, right? So security cannot be embedded unless you have a good, vibrant DevOps. Developers need to be trained on basic etiquettes of secure coding. So you can start from scratch, but it's very difficult. So it's a long journey. But it's a good to have prerequisite if you have developers have at least basic knowledge about secure coding, right? Dedicated team to look into code quality. Now, when we look at all this, right, DevSecOps, different tracks, we are focusing on security, code security. But it's very important from complete feedback perspective that they have to look at code quality aspects also. So there are tools like SonarQube, Lint, there are many in the open source domain, but these tools focus on code quality, the technical debt and all that code quality aspects. So that's a good prerequisite if they have it. Then yes, top leadership alignment on the DevSecOps goals. So for ensuring that our program, DevSecOps program, gets success in the long run, it is important that the message to adopt and to align has to come from top leadership. If they agree, the adoption becomes a piece of cake. But if they are reluctant or if they are opposing, the journey is having a lot of challenges, I would say. Key stakeholders, of course, developers, I mean, this is very predictable, right? SRE team, SIEM team, probably you wouldn't have thought, but these are important folks. So AppSec team members, of course, your team members or co-workers, business and product owners, because ultimately money would come from them, they would be paying from their budgets to your DevSecOps program, tool budget. So they are definitely important. Developers, because of course they are your customers. SRE team and SIEM team. SRE team is important while you maintain SRE team / DevOps team, anyone who is actually working out your infrastructure as a code module, to roll out all what you are planning, right? Various tools, how you securely roll it out in the production. So SRE team relationship is very, very crucial. SCM team, so it can be whatever, Splunk or open source, ELK stack, etc. So that's important because the triggers that may come from different tools in either in production or through some other means would actually go via SIM. So you should have very good relationship with them so that you continue to get relevant feedback and you improvise based on that feedback. So remember, your tools are also one of the technologies that are deployed, right? So you have to ensure that your tools are first of all secure. So you need to realize that there is a need to pen test your own DevSecOps environment first, right? Either internally or external facing. So anyway, you need to ensure it is pen tested, and you close all the critical, high, medium vulnerabilities. Key processes, yes, definitely. Again, some are very obvious. Integration in CI and CD pipelines, interpretation of scanning result. This is key, especially in the initial phase, because many would not know. They may do some things little wrongly, and that would unnecessarily waste everyone's time. So you have to convince them, you have to create an ecosystem of documentation, videos, frequently asked questions, as well as how-to articles, so that everyone is on the same page when it comes to reviewing the scanning result. Triage, of course, that's we talked about it multiple times. So that's a key process. Single pane of glass, yeah, because you can't expect a developer to look at 6 dashboards and then fix the issues and then create business features or develop business features, right? So this is a very, very important thing to minimize their waste of time, going to different dashboards. Create metrics, that is a very important key process, I would say, because unless you measure, you cannot understand. Unless you understand, you cannot improve, right? So metrics, relevant metrics, timely metrics are very, very important. Yeah, identify all those processes which can reduce the friction. Now here I want to just quickly make a point. Normally when we talk about security folks, the impression that development teams have is it's a department of saying no. We always say no to whatever their new initiatives, and that's why why security folks have earned a bad name. But I think the culture in the security teams is now changing, and now we realize that we have to work together with development teams. We have to empathize. What they're trying to do is not inherently they want to develop something insecure, but it's a pressure, it's a need of the time probably, So we need to empathize, we need to work with them and help them to take the better decision out of what options that they have. When I say better, I mean the secure. So just be their buddy and work with them. That would definitely go a long way. So when it comes to developer and security teams, it's always like us and them, that kind of mental friction, I would say. So it's very important that we identify all that, all those areas, where we can once it is implemented, improvised, minimize this friction. Although it is a mental friction, it should be the aim should be to reduce this. So the whole CI/CD pipeline integration, right, with security tools is one of the biggest ways to reduce this friction. So developers, in my opinion, they should just focus on development. We, from security team, we are actually a support team, just like SRE, just like any other support team. So we are supporting the developers, and developers should just focus on development. We should just possibly give them the feedback ready and at a very early stage, more frequently, more consistently. So that's how basically we avoid friction. So as long as they don't have to talk to us, they are good, and that basically reduce the friction. So if they have to talk to us, we have to ensure that the discussion happens in a cordial manner and in a manner where we work as partner rather than two opposing teams. Yeah, DevSecOps automation. Now this we touched upon, right? Why we need automation? Of course, we know the ratio between developers, ops, and security teams, right? Like 200 to 10 to 1. Now, when this is the case, in the previous organization, right, where I was working, we had 1,200 developers, 4 AppSec team members in the DevSecOps. So we were 4 and they were 1,200, but we rolled out, successfully the DevSecOps program. Initially, it was very hard because there were a huge number of requests that were coming in for triage, for troubleshooting, pipeline issues, etc. But that happened for the first 6-7 months. But after that, we started automating every process that was possible, right? So we started automating onboarding of these DevSecOps requests. So we created a portal, and then they can raise a request, a Jira ticket gets created, everything gets onboarded through API calls. So all these tools, most of the tools have APIs exposed to do almost everything, and onboarding can be done very quickly. So remember, developers like it when they have to spend less time in the onboarding. They have to spend less time in the trials, right? So all these things, if they spend as less possible time than what they expect, we have done our job, to reduce that friction. So we created automation for troubleshooting, for AppSec consulting. So we created a form whereby they actually raise a request, and we take those requests through the Jira ticket, and then we work with them. So what happens is, through Slack, through Skype, or through Teams, when these requests come for all these different requirements, or even through email, so because we get a lot of emails, we tend to miss some of these requests, right? So with automated Jira-based tracking, we don't miss anything, because any ticket that gets created gets tracked in a stand-up. So everyone works on almost all the tickets. So yeah, so the user experience is very good if we can automate everything. DevSecOps culture change, yes. We have to consciously shade the image of department of no to let's do it. So that's the way in which we should be working. Collaborative work, it's very important. We should look at all the interactions as an opportunity, because developers, we don't get to talk to them, so when we get an opportunity to talk to them, we should consider it as an opportunity and try to help them. It could be the developers could be coming to us for cloud migration, API migration, or new minimum viable product, or any such request. So just empathize, work with them, be partners, and that definitely helps in the culture change. So also, when we look at the traditional processes like, Excel sheet based responses, Excel sheet based requests, then 3 levels of approvals, etc. So we have to introspect, our own processes that are there in the organization, talk to the stakeholder who has a good say in the whole matter, and show them that, hey, if these are removed or these are minimized, and if we go towards self-service model, right, where you have a portal, you make a request, somebody will pick it up and do the, complete that request within an SLA, So if that kind of model comes in, I think everyone would be happy, right? So the reason why we moved from on-prem to cloud, if you see, right? So in the on-prem, you have to request for a server, you have to wait for 1 week to get an estimate, then 2 weeks from vendor to deliver it, and then maybe 2 weeks to set up, and then you get to work on it, then again you have to request for account, authentication, authorization, etc. But in the cloud, it's just a matter of few seconds. You just specify what model you need. As long as you have budget for it, it gets delivered. So the point is, self-service model actually does help effective way of working, increased transparency. This is the most important part, in terms of culture change, because see, why do you think we feel either we are neglected or we are being kind of pushed around? or something was not shared probably. All these things start thinking in our mind or playing in our mind because there is a lack of transparency. It's not out of intention, but it is out of the process that has come since many years. So we need to identify the processes and improve all those tasks where we can improve the transparency, right? When I say transparency, I mean imagine a guy has requested for onboarding on DevSecOps. We have said yes, we will do it, but we got some other tasks and we are not able to give justice to that. And now the guy is thinking, hey, I raise a request, these guys don't take me seriously, right? So instead, if you create a Jira ticket and you tell them, hey, these are the primary tasks within that Jira ticket that has to be completed before the onboarding can get completed, right? So if you tell that person and if you give them access to that Jira, he knows or she knows, right? It is moving from X to Y, Y to Z and so on. And now it is waiting at here so that either he can follow up or he understand, okay, things are moving. I don't have to worry. I have to just wait for the normal process or normal SLA to get over. So transparency is very key to culture change. More transparent we become in every aspect of professional life, more simpler our life is actually. No blame game, no pointing fingers, but inculcate growth mindset. This is one of the important points. In fact, when you find vulnerabilities, right, don't shrug and say, hey, it is not me, it's not mine. It is coming from developers who are before me working on this project. Don't say that. It's okay. I mean, everyone knows that, right? You're not the developer from day one on this application, right? So the point is, don't engage in blame game or pointing fingers, but just understand that these vulnerabilities are a feedback to improve, and yeah, take it in a positive stride and march towards improvement. Okay, I think I've taken a lot of time, and yeah, a lot of folks are still there. My God. Okay, I think I'll wrap up quickly. Enable continuous learning and sharing. Yeah, this is important because we are in security world. Things are changing dynamically every now and then. Multiple technologies, vulnerabilities, their fixes, and new vulnerabilities. It's like a continuous loop. So we have to ensure that not just developers, we also learn and share continuously among ourselves, among the developers also. Okay, road ahead. This is my last slide. Yes. Yeah, understand the constraints that you have within your organization, understand the key stakeholders, get relevant tools. If the budget is constrained, start with open source. That's what I gave, the advice. Automate as much as possible because ultimately it's going to reduce your work and you can focus on something much better, to learn whatever time you save. Show value to business because that's how only you can get the confidence from them. And once you get confidence from them, you can ask for more budget. You have legit reason to, ask that. Invest in self-learning. This is most important, this is very, very, very important. Yeah, so I did OSCP and then I thought, hey, I know much better, right? But then I realized there are a lot of things that I am not aware of, including how to talk to business folks, because whatever I was talking was in complete technical terms, and either they were just nodding their heads or they were not even paying much attention because everything was tangential for them, So it's then when I learned, when I completed my SAPSA, I understood the way to talk to the business folks is little different than the way we talk to technical folks, right? So yeah, so unless you keep learning these things that that you do not know, yeah, life is difficult in security domain or either in general life as well. So ensure that you invest in self-learning and do it now rather than later, to learn whatever that you can. Remember, security is a thankless job. I think I've said it multiple times. We are basically a support team. Remember that. Make best out of what you have. Whatever resources, people, budget, tools, processes. Gain the confidence of your customers. Our customers are basically developers. Empathize and enable stakeholders, co-workers, because co-workers are your core team members in AppSec team. They are very crucial. Don't burn out them, because there will be tremendous work, as we all know, because of this great ratio of 210:1. But so be sympathetic, be empathetic around everyone, and try having fun, because that's important. Not every time, just because you work in security doesn't mean you need to be very grumpy or serious all the time. Have fun. Create some good bridges in different different teams with developers, business owners, and that's how you grow basically. Okay, so I kindly request you guys to go to this and share your feedback. That would help me, that would help the Infosectrain folks. Thank you very much. Quite a long session. I'm sorry about it. But I enjoyed talking about it. I hope you learned a few things and have something to take away.
Hi Mohan. Hi Mohan. Am I audible?
Can you be a little louder?
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just a basic question. I am a DevOps engineer, basically an operation guy, not into core programming, except shell scripting, and I would like to shift to DevSecOps. What are the things I need to learn? Do I need to start with core security like CE Security plus plus, or there are other tracks that I need to focus on?
Yeah. So if you're DevOps, you already are 50% in DevSecOps, okay? Because that's very crucial. And there are different roles in DevSecOps, right? Not every role is security related, right? So it depends which role you want to pick it up. So there are roles facing stakeholder management, right? So there are roles facing tool management, right? So there are roles facing developers about triage, convincing them about the vulnerability, sometimes proving by exploiting, in a low manner. So there are different roles in the DevSecOps. So you look at what your passion is. So if your passion is in doing something in the security domain, so you start with Owasp.org, go through their site, go through the cheat sheet, testing guides, all that. So in a staged manner you can go. If you are good at managing tools, basically, so you have you have a role to play there. You have all these tools to take care, whatever that you install in each of those tracks. Then, or if you are inclined towards being a team lead, or you like to engage the business stakeholders, in that case you can go in that role as well. So you identify what passion is, because ultimately there is no point in forcing an entry anywhere, including your current work. So you check where you are good at, what you like most, and then start working towards that. So identify a buddy in your DevSecOps program, in your organization or in some other places, and then work with them, and go together basically.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we can stop now.
Mohan, Sabri,
yeah.
Yeah, Mohan. Actually, I found practical DevSecOps course,
Yes.
which is given by Mohammed. So it would be, I think, if we go through that certification, because they are providing the practical live environment for performing the full DevSecOps CA and CD. So I think it would be great, right? So if you completed that one, we can have a real time and knowledge. They have 12 hours exam for the certifications as well. So so it would be great. So because learning by theory, instead of that, we can go with the practical knowledge, right? So would you suggest that certification for getting into the DevSecOps environment?
Yes, yes. So yeah, practical DevOps, I know Imran is doing a good job there. So definitely that would give you a very good end-to-end perspective in terms of what I just talked about. So you would get a hands-on experience on that, and that would be a good starting point, I would say. But see, learning that through that program is one thing, and implementing or taking it to the next level in your real life is completely another. So I would say, yes, you start with those, certifications, hands-on experience, but it is important to be consistent and, take it to the next level. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hi, Mo. Can you just repeat the program which you said just now?
Sorry?
Can you just repeat the program which you just said now? That's the starting
Practical
point.
DevOps, practical DevSecOps, you mean?
Yes, it's correct.
Yeah. So Imran, I think Mohammed Imran is his name. You can search in the LinkedIn or web. You will get practical DevSecOps.
Thank you.
Mohan, can you suggest any other certifications on DevSecOps?
Okay. So both of these are my friends. Okay. So there is DevSecOps Academy. It is run by Dominic. And Imran is also a good friend of mine. So both, by the way, we all three are good friends. They have started their agencies, their firm. Both certifications are good. Yeah, you can just look at their content and then you evaluate yourself. But yeah, both would give you a good overview of DevSecOps. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other question? Okay, guys, if you noted down the URL, please submit the feedback. Okay, I'm done with talking. If there are no questions, we can stop here, right?
So
Okay.
we'll be getting a recorded session as well as PPT.
Yeah, I think yeah, PPT can be shared as well. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Fine then. Thank you, guys. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing much more information.
Thanks, Mohan.